Full transcriptions in English and there's one that says ask meeting questions, which is interesting. I'm just going to do the start summary. Ray, I'm muting you on purpose because the background noise is really loud. If you want to talk, unmute yourself, but leave it muted until then because it's all anybody can hear. And allow to rename. All right, so if you guys want to rename yourself, you're welcome to. I opened that up. So you go to your name, find the little three dots, and you can say change your name. Feel free to do that if you want. And if there's two of you on here, it might not be a bad idea to change your name with and add that.
Yeah, please do change your name. It makes it so much easier for roll call when it has your name under your little box.
And if there's two of you, you can put both of your names in that box. And I muted everybody. Everyone can unmute yourself as you please. Just if you're not talking, try to mute yourself so it's not distracting. Like there's a phone ringing in the background here. I'm sorry. But it's real distracting with 42 people in here. Once Nancy arrives, there we go. 41. Well, I think it's 12:03. There's 41 people. I can keep letting people in, but Tammy, are you ready to start or you want to wait a few minutes?
How many do we got? So we have 41, you said?
Yep.
Nice. We can go ahead and get started, I suppose.
All you.
So well, do we need to first make to determine that we have a quorum? Do we want to wait on that? Because I know Julie will be figuring out roll call.
We have a quorum. We have a quorum.
Okay. And then so calling this meeting to order. The agenda that is submitted, is there a motion to accept the current agenda?
I would like to make an amendment to the agenda.
Go ahead, Lawrence.
In the event that Chris Nordling's agenda item is not passed, we need to amend the agenda to allow for people to nominate themselves for elections in May, because it needs to be done at the meeting prior to the annual meeting. So I'd like to, at the end of the meeting, add it, and then if Chris's thing passes, then we can just void it out, but.
Oh, okay. Um. Okay, we'll just get there when we get there.
You're gonna want to
Yes,
add it
is
to
there-
the agenda
No,
now.
I want to add it, I want to add it to the end of the agenda for nominations for,
So
Okay,
just under new
we're doing a
business.
number 6.
Well, no, it would be under new
Oh,
business.
new business. Okay, gotcha.
And then we'll just, Lawrence, just call it like,
Point of,
election nominations is fine.
point of order, you can't add an agenda item that would require a motion to the agenda.
why would it require a motion? It's just people declaring that they're gonna run at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I totally misunderstood what he said. I thought you were trying to add to Chris's thing or whatever.
Nope.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. So we got that added. Okay, so now do we want to accept the agenda with the amendment added on in there?
I second it.
So I take it approved.
You know, if nobody is objecting, yes.
Yeah. So, and then the minutes to the previous meeting, they were in the email on an attachment. Are we accepting, does everyone agree to accept the minutes from the previous meeting?
I'll say I accept the minutes.
Yeah, I second that.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on. Do we want to wait for a quorum before we start into officer reports or anything? Or I mean, roll call before we, I'm sorry, not quorum, roll call before we start in on the reports.
No, it'll take me probably half an hour to get through the roll call. I'm marking my membership thing. So then we can, after reports, we can do a quick roll call or if we're voting on anything.
Give me just 1 second. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start with, as far as the tournament, I know that there was some people not happy with the slow play and whatnot, so, but we will be working on, that'll be something that the tournament committee will be working on to figure out what the best moving forward is. I know that Team Check-in had some issues. So unfortunately, it was part of my font and that was fixed by Chris Robbins. However, I'm gonna get a button put on the website so that we can start doing team check-in come Monday prior to it. That gives plenty of time. If nobody checks in for that team, then it's just automatically gonna be in, good to go. So, hopefully that will eliminate some of the issues with either email or text and whatever. Let's see who else. Um, I really don't have a lot because I'm kind of in the middle of everything, but I did get the nameplates or the names for all the plates for the plaques last week to the trophy company, and they will be letting me know as soon as the plates are in. I'll pick them up and get them mailed out to everybody. Those, I know there's been a question asked as far as those that won first place in the team divisions that get the free entry into teams at Vegas. However, on those team plates, I will also send the paperwork and the information on all of that as well. So you'll get that. And I think that's it for me so far. If Suzanne, if you're ready, you can go ahead.
Sure. First of all, as you probably already know, I did not play singles, so I got a chance to kind of fill in wherever needed, walk around the room, and I'm actually quite honored that a lot of you stopped and felt comfortable enough that you could have a one-on-one conversation with me to express your comments and ask questions and your concerns. I do I believe that we have a responsibility to make sure that we listen to people and to look at Western BCA as a whole, not our own individual, I guess our own individual concerns or comments. And I was actually quite honored that a lot of people stopped and talked to me about, and I'm processing a lot of it. I didn't get a chance to attend the board meeting. I was going to express a few of those things that I had learned throughout the tournament. I also got a chance to talk to a lot of the vendors, walk around, and I was included with some of the, being able to time people and walk around and kind of help people move along through the process of playing in a tournament where we had a 45-second shot clock. And we've always had a 45-second shot clock. Difference is we were making it a little bit more, we were making people a little bit more aware. And I think a lot of people just aren't aware that they are taking as much time as they are. Some. So that in itself was eye-opening, working with the tournament staff, working with, just kind of filling in here and there at the podium, etc. But overall, I think we had a very successful tournament. We do have a very growing membership, and with that come challenges that we'll need to work through. And I am open to listening to any of your comments and concerns. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Suzanne. Sue, do you want to go ahead with the secretary report? Or sorry, sorry, Julie, do you want to go with the secretary report, or do you want to swap positions while you're taking roll call?
I don't have a report. We're all good.
Okay, so then Sue, sorry. I didn't mean to
I
skip you,
submitted a report. I really don't have anything else to add to it at this point. Does anyone have questions or? No? Okay. No report then other than what I submitted.
Thank you, Sue.
Sure.
Lawrence, as board chair, you want to talk?
Okay. We met twice since the last meeting, one on March 7th. We covered the reviewing of what Bill, myself, and Sam, and when we met with the attorney, Nikki was there present, just listening and hearing all that stuff. So we caught the board up on all those things. We talked about entry comparisons. future divisional splits and how we, and things we could maybe do a little bit better for those as well. And the meeting yet on Friday, just so everybody knows that we're transitioning from our previous website provider. We're actually going to be using a new one moving forward. So there's that portion of that. We discussed some credit card processing options. We discussed slow play as well. And Dave Chavez was nice enough to give us a bunch of feedback on some tournament director items. And that's all I have for the board.
Awesome. Thank you, Lawrence. As far as committee reports, well, I'll go ahead and let you go, Nikki, as far as for the promotions committee.
Yay.
Can I interrupt really quickly? I'm sorry. There's
No,
a
go
couple
ahead.
people on the meeting that don't have their names in. There's like Samsung and iPhone. If you are in on your phone, can you please put in your name so that I can see who you are for the roll call? Thank you. Sorry.
And if you find the three, I think that they had logged in late too. If you find the 3 digits next, or 3 little dots next to your name, if you click it, you can change your name. So everybody else sees who you are throughout the meeting also. That feature is turned on. Okay, anything else before I start my stuff? Okay, so Sue, Aaron, Ed, Jackson, and Tammy comes in and out when she wants to. She's invited to all of them. We are the sponsorship committee. Am I missing anyone? 'Cause I'm doing it off just my brain, which is not always incredibly dependable. Okay, so we have a meeting every single week to get a good sponsorship crew going, and how do we bring in extra money for winning prizes, and as well as how do we find sponsors that this is going to be beneficial to them. And so this year, for this one tournament, we brought in $14,305. Either some of it was actually, and I think that's actually 15,305 if we take into consideration the trades that we were doing, and that's not including what the casino gives us. So the casino gives us a lot, and I know like on Facebook and stuff, you'll see maybe we need a bigger venue. The only downfall of that is most venues charge you money to be there, when the Western BCA not only invites us, but they contribute to the winning prize money. And that's why we are so honored to have Chinook Winds as the person that's working with us. And I am so excited to say that we've brought in this much money from outside sponsors. So the whole thing, the On the Wire, was completely paid for with sponsorship money. Evo Sports was completely paid for. $1,500 went towards fun day money. $1,000 went towards the ring game. And not to get off topic about the ring game, but I have never kind of ran any kind of ring game before, except for like one that's obviously not super appropriate for the situation that we were in, and I didn't realize how distracting it was. So anybody that was playing in a match that got distracted by the ring game, I want to apologize right now. That will not happen again, and I learned a really big lesson there, and I'm sorry to you if that affected you, and I am definitely listening to how that affected people, and I'm really sorry. Then the other one was there was $1,540 added to the second chance tournament with the fun day money. So that is kind of my summary of what happened in 8-ball. My goal is, we already had a meeting last Tuesday, and we're back to a meeting every single week to discuss how we're going to do this for 9-ball. So we're going to be starting to work on 9-ball sponsorships right away, and hopefully we'll have a fun day flyer out. And when people sponsor, we put it out on Facebook too, that says, hey, this person's sponsoring. That was another thing that was really fantastic, was how many people went to those pages and liked their pages and liked those people's posts, because that's really good for their business too. And we, not only they're sponsoring us by giving us money, but in turn, we're giving them marketing. So the more that you guys can like their pages and be supporting those sponsors is really huge for everybody. It's good for those sponsors and it's good for us. So that's all I got. And I see Tammy's hand up. So Tammy.
So Nikki, you said that $1,000 out of the sponsorship money went to the ring game when that wasn't even part of a Western BCA event. So how can you justify $1,000 going to that when it wasn't even pre-approved by the association?
Savage was the ones that said they wanted it to go specifically to the ring game.
So I guess
other
we
ones-
don't have to call it sponsorship money. $1,000. Savage paid $1,000 towards the sponsorship or towards the ring game. So you don't have to call it sponsorship money. You can call it something else if you want.
Thank you for the clarification on that.
I was just including all money that's been donated towards this whole event. I'm just super proud of the association and all the supporting businesses around it. I think it's been really fun and really positive. Anybody else have anything that they would like to ask or add?
And Nikki, I'd like to say thank you because you guys did do a great job this year.
Thank you.
And Nikki, this is Kamitha. I also think part of the sponsorship money went into general payouts.
Yeah, yes, okay, the rest of it. So I didn't get, we were busy putting money into it and I wasn't really paying attention very much on where it was going, as long as it was getting to you guys. And I figured you would be distributing it however you see best. And I just got this report from Sue that had where it was going. That's how I knew it paid for On the Wire, Evo Sports, and how much it went to Fun Day and stuff like that.
My comment was not to correct you, but more or less to compliment with some great sponsorship money you brought in, and some of it got to go to the rest of us for payouts. So that was awesome.
Thank you.
I think that just to add to that real quick, I think the great thing about it is the money was able to go for things that we were going to pay for regardless. So the fact that we were able to pay for, you know, I believe some of the referees, the streaming on all sides, and all that stuff, that was money that ended up not coming out of the general fund. So that's awesome.
Yes, the promotions department or committee did an awesome job this time.
Yeah.
I'd like to say something, but I can't find the raise my hand thing. Where is that again?
Reactions, but yes, Sam, all you. What's up?
Reactions. Sponsorship committee. Congratulations. That it's wonderful stuff to hear. You guys are doing a great job. I appreciate all your work. I'm really impressed. I wanted to apologize to Sue for not getting back to you. I just got the treasurer report. I appreciate that report and everything you do, Sue, and your use of the Western BCA funds and moving it to a money market to accrue more interest. You should be applauded for that. You are the best. The Fun Day funds, were the sponsorship money that went to Fun Day funds, were those sponsors that specifically wanted to sponsor Fun Day?
Yes.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's $250 to sponsor Fun Day, and all the money then it all goes to that one.
You bet. That's all I was looking for. Okay, I'm done. And yeah, muting.
Thanks. Rob. If you're talking, you must be muted.
How's that?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Good. Ditto of what Sam said regarding sponsorships. Great job. And it takes a lot of energy and a lot of dedication. And so thanks to everyone who pulled that off. Secondarily, someone mentioned the ring game, which I played in. I do have to say that we play in bars and pool rooms. There's a lot of commotion when we play our leagues. And so I wasn't offended and didn't feel like I offended anybody by getting excited about the ring game. You know, I relate it to other tournaments. There's always clapping and applause and oohs and ahs. And, you know, someone bumps into you at our tournament at regionals, you can either get upset or accept the fact that we play in bars anyway and we're getting bumped and have been for decades. So that's all I have to say. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Rob. Pat.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that, the ring game. It was a lot of fun for a lot of people, but I think it should have been put into a different location. Yes, we do play in bars, and yes, we should be used to all the uproar, but when you're going to a big tournament like that, you would think that there would be a little more peaceful surroundings with the pressure that you're shooting under, whether you're a beginner or an elite. We should afford them the courtesy of having a quiet place to play.
Thank you, Pat. The one thing that we have to figure out and weigh in there is when it comes to the sponsors, the majority of people watch the ring game. Like the ring game is, the eyes on the ring game are thousands and thousands and thousands. And that we really need that to be one that's streamed. So regardless of where we put it, I do think it needs to be a streamed match. It hands down gets more views than any other match by like times 50 or 100 probably. Then okay, but so yes, I agree with you. They do deserve that. We just got to figure out how we're gonna be a balancing act of all those things. You're absolutely correct. And Zach.
Hey, yeah, if we're talking about the ring game right now, just real quick, I mean, I did play in that as well, but I had a player from our league pretty deep in the singles in a match, and I don't know if whoever was there, if you've watched that ring game or watched them in the past, people get very excited and they yell and they're drinking and very loud, you know, and that player, I mean, he said he was down on an 8-ball. It was like a very important 8-ball towards the end of his match, you know, and somebody, 10 tables down was screaming and yelling, like, because something happened. Some cool things happen in ring games, right? And we get excited. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was a very important match. He was a lower rated player, you know, and he was far in the tournament, and it affected him. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. I think that we should have that as an agenda item, Lawrence, can we, that we can brainstorm what to do so we can have it streaming, but maybe the time that we have it isn't when we're going to have other where we can have that separation and how we're going to do it. Because the other piece is too, is our internet is limited. Also, like we're really kind of maxing out our bandwidth in there too. So there's a lot of things that we're going to have to finesse and put together. And I definitely have been listening to the comments that you're saying and what Pat's saying, that they deserve that respect. And I think I'm part of dropping the ball when that happens. So we for sure need to fix it. Thank you. Lawrence.
So I will say for sure that it was one or two people that were making the most noise, and I had talked to them at least 4 times. And that problem will not happen again. That's my guarantee on that. So, and again, I wholeheartedly apologize to whoever was in the match and whatever. You know, I had said things before the ref came over. The ref came over. I went back and said, "Hey, be quiet." They're like, "Well, you said we could talk trash." And I'm like, "You can, but you cannot yell trash. You have to be quiet. There's matches going on still." We told them that more than once. At that point, I couldn't just remove them. I mean, I imagine I probably could, but I didn't, and that's my mistake, and it won't happen again, guaranteed, 100%. It's fixed. That's it.
I think so. I think that the sponsorship stuff and that ring game, I think that we're good to move on to the next topic. Wait a second. See, Zach, is that your hand up or is that like a clap or something?
No, I'm just clapping.
Oh, cool. Okay. Elaine.
Yeah, hi, Nikki. A couple people asked at the podium how they could get into the ring game, but I didn't know. So maybe I'm just putting that out there for you to know. Okay.
We threw it out there multiple times on Facebook that people needed to reach out to myself to sign up.
Okay.
And then I got sick, so that was a little difficult. But yeah, it's definitely something that we start signups around the first of the week, Monday, Tuesday of the week, and then take signups until the ring game's played.
Okay. And how many people play in that?
24.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Didn't know that.
There was definitely a waiting list for people that wanted to play. We've been trying to figure out if there's a way to even make it bigger or not bigger, because that is a lot of people are really liking that game. So having that as an agenda item really could be a good idea. We might make it even better than what's already been happening, besides the loudness. I don't see any other hands up, so I think, Tammy, it's back to you on whatever's next on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. Yeah, I heard some talk as far as that goes too with the ring game. And we even brought up, I think Friday, that, maybe doing two of them. One on Wednesday night, one on or Thursday night, one on Fun Day as well in the evening. So to give more people a chance to play. Anyways, so let's see, moving on. Do we have anybody talk about policy procedures committee, bylaws committee? I don't know if Bill or Lawrence or, okay. Are you okay to talk?
I'm gonna try. I've been coughing a little bit and it's not getting much better. But we've been working as a group, but mostly Sam and Lawrence and I, trying to figure out the new bylaws. I was hoping that we could have something come to this meeting, or at least the board meeting on Friday night, but we didn't have that. So Lawrence and Sam and I met with the lawyer and we talked it over, and I think we have a good idea of what needs to be in there and what can be deleted. We should be bringing it to probably the board first and then bringing it on to the membership to figure out what the new bylaws are going to end up being. There are a couple options that we'll give to the players, to the membership, so that they can vote on these things, what they would like to see done. Right now, we're leaning to the fact that we're going to have a board of directors, which will also include the administration. So it might be an 11-person board of directors, basically, when we have those meetings. Right now, we're doing leadership meetings, which is an 11-person group. And probably we'll have to do away with, Julie is currently on the board and also the secretary of the association, and probably a person will only be able to be in one of those positions. So that's something we're going to have to figure out how we're doing it. However, this next meeting is the annual meeting, and we're going to go by what the old bylaws say as far as electing officers and stuff, electing officers and board of directors, members at large. And so we'll continue to do that for this next meeting. But after that, I would really like to see us move more into getting these new bylaws done. So, Sam or Lawrence, would you like to say a word or two? If not, are there any questions by anybody else?
I don't have anything to add.
I don't either, Bill. You're doing fine.
Okay. If no questions, you can have it back, Tammy.
I'm sorry. There is something, Bill. I
Okay.
posted on Facebook, which does not cover everybody in the association. Something about proxy voting to get people's thoughts, and it was kind of a mixed bag, and I'm not sure if everybody understands exactly what proxy voting is. I didn't, and then I looked it up before I posted it. I'm like, oh wow, that's not really that bad. You just appoint somebody to represent you and to bring your votes to the meeting. If you have prior obligations and you can't make it, you can even pick another representative, I would imagine. And I don't see anything wrong with that. It doesn't say in the state bylaws that you can't do that. And they're so your vote can count. I understand that we wait till we actually get to the meetings to have our discussions, but for specifics, there's several things on the agenda today. I know how I'm going to vote. Oh gosh, and I'll probably change my mind. Never mind. I don't know, but proxy voting is one of the things that's kind of holding up the next section to go out to the committee for review. If anybody has anything they want to share with us, I need some direction on that. Thanks. I'm done.
And proxy voting could be a very good thing. I know Elaine said that she has an issue getting to the annual meetings, and I'm sure she would like to use proxy voting. There are others the same thing, but we haven't thoroughly discussed it yet as to how it would work, but it's a possibility. Right now, our current bylaws say that there is no proxy voting, but in the new set of bylaws, maybe we develop a way to have proxy voting where one person can give their vote to another person who's going to attend the meeting. All the annual meetings now are supposedly going to be in person. I know the next one is going to be at Legends Casino in Toppenish, and I hope all of you can make it, but I'm sure a lot of you can't. And there won't be proxy voting for that. We don't have time to change the bylaws for that. So maybe by the next year, we will have proxy voting in, or at least have it figured out a little bit better. So I can't think of any other issues that we have going on right now. I'm mostly working on policies and procedures, and those will be approved by the board of directors. Any changes to the bylaws themselves will have to be approved by the membership. And so it's easy to change policies and procedures, but it's not very easy to change bylaws. And so we want to make the harder one to change, the one that is the bylaws, and put a lot of things in the policies and procedures, which will be easier to change. One of the things we'd like to see is to see transparency, so that if the board of directors does vote on an issue, on policies and procedures, that the entire membership knows how that was voted, how each member of the board of directors voted, because that's the only way the membership is going to know who voted for what. And if you don't agree with that, then you don't have to vote for that person next time. Or if you agree with them, maybe you want to vote for them next time. So, okay,
Didn't we as a board vote to have that transparency? Didn't we already vote to allow our voting record to be public?
I don't know. That's a question for Lawrence.
It's been published in the minutes whenever we get the minutes out. So.
Okay, so if the membership reads the minutes, they should know how everybody voted on every issue that came before the board of directors.
And before everybody
Okay.
goes back and tries to read those minutes from like July to December to January, those aren't on there because we had a problem getting them uploaded, but they will be soon.
Okay, back to you, Tammy.
That sounds good. Yeah. Go ahead, Lawrence. Or
If there's nothing else on the topic, I just wanted to thank Kemitha for all her hard work in getting the payouts done, and I thought they were awesome. And thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
You're very welcome.
yes, Kamatha does a good job. And Arlen helps too. I think some. Okay, so let's see, what else do we have? So I guess we're done with that. Are we good on roll call? Julie, did you ever get the other 3 people?
No, there's 3
Oh.
people still that are either iPhone or Samsung. I've messaged them privately on the chat. So if you can look at the chat and see if you were messaged and let me know who you are, if you're not going to change your name or can't or unable to.
I think we've all
Yeah, so there's
multiple times.
yeah, there's an iPhone, iPhone 2, and then the Samsung, whatever. Okay. Okay, so we can move forward to unfinished business.
Can we hear from the tournament committee?
So quick update. I'll take this one, Tammy, even though there technically isn't a tournament committee. But yeah, we're all excited to get back and going as soon as the charges are made and the membership confirms the selection for the tournament committee and competition committee chair. So, but there's several of us that have been continuing to talk about, anything coming up, anything we need to look at. We've done it as a board. There's a couple people on the board that are also in the committee. So, and we all talk anyways. So things are still happening, but officially at the membership meeting, all the charges and people will be selected, and then the membership will hopefully approve that.
Thanks, Jackson. And yeah, I'm working on the charges to get ready for the annual meeting. Which I'll also be putting something out there on Facebook. So, if somebody doesn't feel comfortable with speaking up here, or as far as that goes, if they're interested in being in control of one of the committees that I end up putting the charges out for, that please, I'll have them email me and let me know who you are. Let's see. So is there anything else? I think we're good on committees. I know Hall of Fame we won't start that until probably towards the end of the year or right before October. Anyway, so unfinished business. So the location for the annual in-person meeting, as at one point I did have choices. However, one choice didn't have rooms available. So we're going with Legends Casino, which is in Toppenish, outskirts of Yakima area. They gave us, they'll pretty much have a good setup, just like say Wild Horse does. And I will get posted posted on for the information as far as like a room block and all that. So I'll keep you posted for that, but that will be on May 4th at Toppenish in person at the Legends Casino. Go ahead, Suzanne.
So a lot of people made comments at the last meeting. They had questions as to why certain locations were chosen or were looked at. A lot of locations were looked at. No one brought forth any other options that they had done homework on. So a lot of phone calls were made to hotels, to event centers, to casinos, to all kinds of places. And they either didn't get back to, or they didn't have availability on a Sunday. A lot of them were already say that they just don't have the staffing on a Sunday, like some of the hotels that we contacted. A lot of them were way too expensive. I think one location wanted something like $8,000 for us to come in. And that was a central location. We did look at, I say we because there was quite a few people that made phone calls here. Tammy did a lot of the work herself. Tammy Conabear made several phone calls. I made several phone calls, checked out things. But I just wanted to add that we didn't ignore anyone. We did check out a lot of other locations, but we either marked them off because they were too expensive, they didn't have availability, or they didn't have the requirements that we needed to be able to put this meeting onto the format that we needed. So we eliminated a lot of them, but we reached out to a lot too. And I just want to also say that there were a lot of people that made comments, but they also did not come forward with any information or do any homework themselves. So, although I appreciate the comments, if you are going to have I don't know what other word, a question or a gripe or et cetera, please do us a favor and do a little bit of homework, and that would really, really help us move things forward. We appreciate it, and we appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Yes, and I'll let Julie talk here in 1 second. I just want to say, I do want to say though, as well, with all the different places that I did try to get, I mean, I went from Roseburg to Olympia to Auburn, Spokane. I tried all sorts of different areas, and they were all either too expensive or, you know, not enough hotel rooms or whatever. They didn't have the staff. However, for next year's May annual meeting, if anybody has an idea or wants to look into a place that we can have it at, please reach out and let me know. So go ahead, Julie.
I appreciate how much time goes into finding a venue. Up until a few years ago, that was part of my job. But the problem with you're saying, and I understand you're saying nobody stepped forward. Well, nobody knew where the meeting was going to be, what city was being chosen. I know that we talked at a couple of board meetings, and I thought a couple of membership meetings, and had decided that we were going to list the locations, not necessarily the physical location, but the city where the next 3 or 4 annual meetings were going to be, so that we could go to different areas. And we were going to list those a few years ahead of time, so people had the plans to where they were going to be going in 2025 or 2026. That would make it a lot easier for people to be able to come forward and say, oh, well, this meeting's going to be in Salem, and I know places in Salem, and I can find places in Salem. I would have been more than happy to help find locations, but nobody knew the city. So I would like to go back to what we decided at either a board meeting or a membership meeting, that we are going to list the cities where we're going to host these meetings for the next few years. Then we can have people from those cities, or have people work specifically for those cities. That's it. Thanks.
I understand. The one thing is, as far as the cities go, you can try a particular city, but sometimes it wasn't as easy to locate someplace big enough for us and all that. So, but yeah, so if anybody wants to make a recommendation on what city that they want to move for as we move forward with for next year's annual meeting.
Well, I think
I'd
we
be
should
happy to take
definitely
those.
be somewhere down south in Oregon, because now we're having two that are kind of in the same area in Washington. So we'll want to go to a different geographical location.
Okay. Okay. Elaine.
Yeah, Julie, I definitely remember what you're saying, that we had hoped, I think it was at last annual meeting, to have a list ahead of time so people could know. I do remember that. I'm wondering if I know we have Nevada people, it would be really cool to go to Reno and have an annual meeting. That's absurd, but what if we just rotate by state, start with states, so we're in where we are now, Washington. So then there's 3 major states, so every meeting is in a different state. I mean, I'd be willing to look up here by Coeur d'Alene or even Spokane area to help with Idaho. I don't know how people feel about that. So alternate by 3 states, unless we want to include Nevada, which would be fun. That's it.
Thank you. Kamitha?
I'm just gonna be that person's sake. Maybe the funding should go towards paying someone to figure out a way to vote remotely, because we're missing a lot of feedback and people that can't attend. I don't think I'm gonna drive 7 hours to go to a meeting, and I have a lot that I can't contribute to that, and I can't take up a whole full weekend. So maybe that funding can go to paying someone. This is 2025 for crying out loud, right? 2025. So we should be able to have a secure way to vote. That's just my little whiny little gripe. That's it.
Yeah, as of right now, to be like super honest with you about that, Kamitha, I don't want to be any part of that, because people were so rude to me in the chat, and that it's a lot harder. It seems super easy to do voting, but there's more than one more than one person that is on like Zoom at the same time. So there could be 2 votes. And some people think that they can vote, but they're not actually a player rep and they can't vote. And then some people are at the meeting and someplace else, and they're trying to vote twice. Like there's so many little pieces, and it seems like it would be easy, but we have not figured out how to do it yet. So I'm definitely down to learn more on how to do it, but right now I don't think it's secure at all. And I really don't appreciate when people are trolls to me. And if anybody else wants to take that job on, I feel sorry for you and good luck.
I hear ya. Yeah, we need to get rid of the toxicity. Okay.
But I'm on board with trying to figure that out too. I totally agree with you.
I don't have a solution, so my mouth can do this if come up with something, but if I don't have a solution, then I can just shut up on it.
But I mean, the
Way I
idea
look
is
at it.
great. Your idea is great. Just
Yeah.
figuring out how to make it work is
Yeah.
important. Tammy.
So I was tasked by Suzanne basically and Tammy to help find a location for this annual meeting. And I did call locations in Idaho, Oregon, Washington. I'd gone off of Tammy Culbertson's list of everybody that she had already called. I talked to convention centers, hotels, casinos, trying to find something that had not only all the technology that we needed, but could fit 150 people on a Sunday afternoon, that had lodging nearby, were my criteria when I reached out to all of these locations. And I came up with 2, I presented them to Tammy, that met every one of those criteria, that were in a reasonable budget. and presented those. And I even gave to Tammy driving distance to every one of them. So she had the complete picture. But I did search all over Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, including Spokane, so the Montana people, and up north in Washington, and Tammy'd reached out down south in Oregon. So we did do our due diligence to find the best location that was more centrally located for better attendance.
Julie.
So just a couple things. As far as voting by Zoom and voting in a hybrid thing, I'm hoping that with our new IT guy, we will be able to figure a way that we can have the annual meeting via Zoom, because the hybrid meetings are just horrible to run. So to Kamitha's point, that we can vote by Zoom and do all that, but it has to be a working way of doing that. Everybody's complaining that we had positions opened for members at large and we couldn't get them elected. We couldn't get them elected because of the way we had our ballots online. When we have the in-person meeting, you get a ballot, you have 3 people on there, you can vote for those people. The online voting, what we were doing, you had to vote for one person. You had to do 3 different votes for 3 different positions. And if everybody was canceling each other out, if that makes sense. And vote 1, if I vote for this person and someone else votes for this person, those votes canceled each other out. And that's why we couldn't get those positions filled. I'm hopeful that with our new IT guy that we're going to be able to figure out a way to do that. But we're not going to ever be able to get meetings in casinos. Our meeting places used to be pizza places where you got the room for free and we just live stream the meeting. We're running into these costs because we're trying to make them hybrid meetings.
And Julie, I did not say vote by Zoom, by the way.
Oh, I'm so
yeah, no, just electronically, because I thought that
yes.
Jackson had something going a couple meetings ago
during a Zoom meeting, so we could have the meetings by Zoom, so nobody has to travel, and we can vote electronically. Sorry if I said that wrong. That's it.
Sam.
What happened to Pendleton? Can we not go back there again?
They didn't have any room availability at the casino that night because they got a big concert going on. So they had they were still willing to do the room and et cetera. They were all set up. They just had no availability at the actual casino for anyone to stay.
And again, wasn't the point to travel to have the annual meetings at different locations?
I don't know about that, but
well, for years, and I hate to interrupt, but for years we had it at the exact same pizza place, and I traveled there every year for every meeting, and it's an 8.5, 9-hour drive every single time. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just saying, if you
it was a free venue,
want to be there, you're going to show up no matter where it is. Period.
Pendleton is exactly geographically in the very center of our association. And I can't think of a better place to have it that is more fair to everybody.
Sam, this is Tammy. I did talk to Pendleton, and like Suzanne said, they did not have any lodging available because they have torn down the courtyard part of their hotel because they are in the process of building their new convention center and their new tower. And at Toppenish at Legends, they were able to give us not only have hotel rooms available, but if we book a block of rooms, they will actually give us a discount on the hotel rooms also.
Okay. I get it. I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess that maybe we're also looking at this 2 different ways, because I thought that we all had agreed as an entire association that it was going to rotate, not that it was going to be the center. I don't care if I drive 7 hours or 20 hours. I like a road trip anyways. So I don't really mind where we're going. But that to give people the opportunity to plan is important. And if we agree as an association to make this a traveling, then we can't go back and say it's centrally located, because that's what one person wants, is it centrally located. But we had agreed last time that we were going to shift it around to different places. So maybe we need to revote on like where it's gonna be. Is it gonna be centrally located every time and we're always gonna have it somewhere around Pendleton? Or is it going to move? Because we had agreed on that last year.
And Nikki, that was why I called so many places throughout the entire region to get, costs and availability so that it could be in other locations throughout. But the cost was just too high at some of those other locations.
Yeah. And I think the other piece was that we didn't need all the technology that we were hunting for in a casino or something. That we had also agreed, I thought, that it was going to be an in-person. We weren't going to have the last meeting that we had in Salem, that we were trying to do voting, and it's not set up at all. Darren was, if you didn't turn the camera just right, nobody could hear anything.
Well,
It was so awful.
And Nikki, that was one of the things I looked at, was that they had the capability for microphones for the room to be able to put, you guys to put stuff up on the screens. They had the Zoom cameras, because we still need to zoom it out to the membership, even though they're not voting. They still need to see what's going on. And that was what I was tasked with, was so that we can still stream the meeting. And if anybody has questions, they can type it into chat for you of anything that's going on. But it was more to keep everybody, they can still watch the meeting, see what's going on. And all of these places have the microphones, the Zoom capability, the Wi-Fi capability, all the technology, so we can cover all of our bases.
Well, now, are you talking about streaming or actually making it so people on the Zoom, on the streaming, can talk? Because as far as streaming, that's very easy to do. You don't need, we used to stream them all the time, even from the pizza place, with just
Mike did it on his phone.
Yeah.
And
so,
people have
we don't need a casino for that.
No, but you still have, these had the Zoom they had the actual Zoom.
So you're talking about interactive, where the people on Zoom can also interact.
And they had the cameras so that it can be more professionally, I guess, looked at and watched by the people at home.
So even when we were in Pendleton, it was not smooth. It was smoother. Salem was a train wreck, but Pendleton was not smooth either. If anybody was online during that time, I'm sure that they could let you know, but there was a lot of people that were not content. It didn't make all the problems go away at all.
So this is Sean, and I'm kind of tired of hearing about Salem with a train wreck. So I mean,
No,
if
no,
you're
no,
going to say
Sean,
it,
it wasn't a train wreck. Hold on, I'm not meaning to be rude to you
It
on
wasn't
that.
Salem that was a train wreck, and it wasn't the
Yes.
bar that was a train wreck. It was actually the way that you guys brought in your stuff that was a train wreck on there. We had the equipment down there to do everything, and your guys' stuff was brought in. So please stop ripping on it.
Okay, I'm glad that you mentioned that, Sean, and I had no idea that you had equipment, because Darren rented equipment. He was the one that was going to have it, and I don't know if Darren's here or not. He was going to have it all set up, and then when we went to have it, it was not set up, and I didn't know that you had that, and I'm sorry to say that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to attack Salem, because it's not
It was said
Salem.
at the meeting. Sorry, Nikki. It was said at the meeting by Tammy. It was said. It's been said multiple times, not by Culberson, but by Conabear. It was said multiple times since then. And it's not Salem's problem that was a problem. The problem was that you guys didn't have the right equipment that you brought in. We actually, we made sure with plenty enough time that everything was taken care of. And we had all the equipment set there. And then you guys decided last minute, or whoever did, decided to bring in their own equipment.
Okay.
So
And Sean,
I am
have
glad you're bringing
never,
that up.
yeah.
I have never said Salem was a train wreck.
Oh, I have.
Tammy, at the meeting you did. At
And
the
I
meeting,
did.
you said that you didn't say train wreck. But you did say that this meeting is not it was a disaster. So you did say that, but you didn't say train wreck. But no,
Actually, it wasn't, Tammy, but I'm not going to call somebody out. So it
No.
wasn't. There was one of our officers that said they were embarrassed by the whole thing.
I'm sorry if it
So
wasn't
anyway,
Tammy. I swear I was there at the meeting, so I thought I like.
Anyway,
that's
it doesn't matter.
It is
Can
what
we
it is.
stop?
It is what it
Can we
is.
stop
I will call
bashing
myself
and
out on that. I was
rehashing?
very
Yeah.
embarrassed by how that
Well,
came.
and I didn't
Can we
mean it to be in a bash on Salem at all. I just meant that meeting, and it wasn't because of Salem. It was because of our technology that didn't work in the meeting that happened in Salem.
Yeah.
Let me clear that up because I'm not trying to attack the bar or anything in Salem.
Yeah. But
And
no, I'm just
Sean-
tired. I'm just tired of hearing about it. I've heard this multiple times in these meetings, these last few meetings, and I'm really tired of hearing about it. So, but yeah,
Sean,
yeah.
and John, I actually was not aware that you guys had equipment down there, honestly. But otherwise, I
what
mean,
was
if
that?
I would have known, that you guys had all the equipment down there, we would not have rented anything either.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I wasn't aware.
we had mentioned it. We had told everybody that we had told Darren, we told everybody that we had the equipment on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, moving on. Arlen, go ahead.
Hold on, Arlen, you're on mute.
There, is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. As far as what Tammy Conover was saying with just streaming the meetings, if you're not wanting to be interactive, why aren't we talking to one of our streaming partners? We pay them enough money to come in and stream our events. What kind of deal would they make? Because they have the cameras, they have the technology, they have the site, they have everything there. Why aren't we tapping that?
I did talk to Evo. Actually, I talked to Patrick about that at one point as well. And it was a little bit different as far as going into the Zoom and everything. So he was not familiar with all of it. So, but maybe that's changed and maybe he is now. So.
Well, I was just touching on the point of just streaming it so that members could watch it, could hear what's going on, could see the changes, not necessarily an interactive thing where people have a voice, they can actually speak. That's what, if that's the case, then set up a chat line in the stream and have it monitored by somebody to watch the chat if they have questions that could be brought up. There's different ways to do that. I mean, obviously people use chat in streaming all the time. So that was what I was thinking of, not necessarily as an interactive to vote, to, bring items in, anything like that, just to simply watch. So I'm done.
Gotcha. No, I understand. Thank you. Okay, so are we done with discussing the meeting location and all that for now? And like I said, I'll get the code for the rooms, for the discounted rates, and for the block of rooms to everybody. Let's see, so next we have action room and voucher transparency. Mike Deichman, please see agenda submission wording attached. I'm assuming Mike's not here. Was Lawrence going to take over on that, or I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
he asked me to present it for him because he
Okay.
can't be here because he already had plans to be in a tournament in Vegas, and that's where he's at.
Didn't we already decide though that basically the information would go to the board?
Yeah, that's what we had decided, and that's the way
Okay.
it was worded in here, as my understanding too, so,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah. And that's what we've done. The board has received that information. We just haven't quite, I don't think we've got together as a group and reviewed it yet, but we have it.
Okay, so then what do we need? Or, well, I'll let you talk about it then. Go ahead. If you want to.
Basically, it's just
I don't
that,
know.
so, just so everybody knows, the casino, right, the casino is the one that said, we don't want all of our, what we give Western BCA out to the public for obvious reasons. They don't just deal with us, right? They do stuff with other businesses like the APA, for example. And so what they give us is more, I think, than they give the APA. So they don't want all of our dealings public, which would make sense. That's our sponsor and that's our biggest sponsor, and that's why we get to go there. So not that anybody would, but in the past there has been some information that was given to them. And I don't think it should be done that way. So that, well, after talking with Mike about it, and Tammy explained it at a meeting as well about how the casino doesn't want that. Mike just wants it to go to the board for the, so that there's some way to cover it so we can all see it and so that it's being overlooked somehow. So that's really it. It's written down. Julie.
He had wanted it to be on his agenda submission that I'm reading. It was also about, like, we received a report on who got rooms and who got vouchers, but not what their duties were at the beach or what their duties were that got them those rooms and vouchers. And that was what was written on his agenda submission.
Yes, and I'll work on finishing up on all that information and get that sent over.
Cool.
Sam. Muted.
I'm chasing it. Every time somebody moves or makes noise, my thing moves. I think it's a great idea to promote transparency, and tracking this form of compensation for our volunteers is necessary. I'm all for this, even though I don't get to see it. It would be an executive session document, continuing document, which is fine. Let the board see it, but everybody knows, everybody on the board would know, and who's getting what for their efforts, which is good. I am in support of this. I'm done.
Lawrence, was there something else about the action room on there? Is that?
No, I don't know what. No, I don't know what that portion was. I don't understand that last part. So.
Okay.
His on one of the, this has come
No,
through the agenda.
it was for action, like the title of as action.
Yeah, I think he wanted to vote that it was a policy. There's been several different agenda submissions. This has come to the meeting like, I don't know, 3-4 times.
Elaine.
Oh, finally. Yeah, I just want everyone to know that after every event, I send a report to whoever is in charge of me and the podium people. So I sent that to Tammy because she's in charge of multiple things, I guess. But anyway, the podium team's report has been sent to the president.
Awesome.
So do we need to vote on this to be a policy and procedure to go of a report that goes to the board?
Policies and procedures are not voted on by the membership. They are voted, they are created, and then they are, what do you call it, affirmed by the board. Policies and procedures are not voted on by the membership. The bylaw changes are. So no, let us not drag that out.
Okay,
Period.
so basically, as far as this goes, the agenda item will be a policy and procedure.
Yeah.
And moving forward, so, okay. So done, we're done with that then. Okay, so next is the action for a bylaw change, eliminate floor nominations at elections for positions that have at least one candidate. Chris Nordling, and then he also had submitted a wording, or put it in wording. And if everybody had a chance to read it, do we need to read it? Or does Lawrence want to read it?
Yeah,
Or
Chris is on vacation
Go
with his
ahead.
family, so sorry about that. You get to hear my weird voice again. Basically, there's two different changes as we discussed the last meeting. The current wording is in there with the change to read languages in there. To summarize, all he's doing for the officers, the board, and the members at large, nominations, the change is going to be nominations for candidates shall be called for and maybe submitted no less than 14 days prior to the annual meeting. Right now, as I discussed earlier in the meeting, it's supposed to be the meeting prior, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So the new change kind of gets us back to where we have been doing things anyway. And then nominations may be made from the floor at the annual meeting only if there are no candidates declared 14 days prior to the election. And those are very similarly changed throughout for everything. I'm not looking at my screen because I'm reading, so questions. There's two. Suzanne.
One question, what is the objective? In other words, what do they hope, what is, I guess Chris hoped to accomplish by this? And what, I guess, preceded this now versus, because we've been doing this for quite some time. So I guess what was the catalyst? What did this individual, what did Chris hope to accomplish? Objective.
The catalyst, I don't know that there is one. It was just that so that player reps and members at large could talk to their players prior to a vote on who they felt they should vote for. And I think what he had told me was that player reps, members at large, should be representing their players at meetings, and it's hard to represent them if they don't know how they would want them to vote. I'll use myself as an example. At the last election, I asked all my players, I'm a division manager, so I asked all my division of who they wanted me to vote for, and they gave me a list, and I went with the majority of that, regardless of what I wanted to do personally. So, and that's kind of Chris's take on things as well.
So I guess I mean, tap onto that is that if we're going to do proxy voting, doesn't that put it in the hands of the person that you're giving the proxy to? And then to add to that, I think not having any candidates is not a good thing. And I think you're going to have less people that are going to step up if you don't have, it's just my opinion, you're going to have less people that are going to agree to step up if you do not have, you have it at zero. I think that's going to create an immoral hazard to only be able to appoint somebody from the floor or get somebody from the floor if there's nobody for that position. I think that it should be limited to maybe two. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. Rather than no.
Right. My feeling on proxy voting, especially for floor candidates, I don't think that's really a good idea either. But Rob?
Yeah, well, Sue asked my question, what was the catalyst for changing our bylaws? Seems like they've served us well for 30 years, and they were recently reaffirmed. I would also suggest that the most common parliamentary procedures allow for nominations from the floor. And a nomination from the floor gives the assembly the opportunity to put someone in office, whether it be board or executive office, where they don't want someone who has 14 days ahead of time notified the assembly of their intent to run for a position. So I'm absolutely against this. I think it takes a lot away from the assembly and their choice. Thank you.
Julie?
I would say if we were going to, I agree with what Rob just said, that if we are not allowed anymore to vote no on something or to abstain, then I would say we should allow nominations from the floor. However, if we do change the bylaws to allow proxy voting in the future, this should also be part of that discussion, because how are you going to tell someone ahead of time who you want them to vote for, not attend the meeting and not know that there was 4 other people nominated for that position? So I think that causes an issue there, but only if we were going to allow proxy voting. That's all.
Harlan?
I spoke with Chris briefly about this at the tournament and this item, and asked him directly, what are you trying to accomplish? He said he wanted to remove the floor nominations unless there was 0 people running for a position, simply so that people could have time to vet the people that are running. They could do backgrounds on them. They could look at their history. They could look at what they've done, haven't done, what they're looking for, to inform the players and the organization of whether or not, so to get an informed vote by having the nominations out there, not just at the meeting. Someone, Joe Schmo, says, hey, my buddy, I'll nominate him. And he says, sure, I'll accept it. We want to have a chance to make sure who's in charge and, steering the ship knows what they're doing, and not just, okay, let's vote. So that was where I understood what Chris was trying to do with this. And as far as proxy voting with this, we haven't even touched that yet. So let's not. That's a whole nother discussion.
That's what I said.
But I do believe that he's just looking to eliminate the floor positions unless there's 0 candidates for a position, because trying to come to an agreement, we need to know who they are. We don't get nominations for presidents for the United States from the floor usually. Who's running. And that was where he was coming from. Just that's what I understood talking with him, and I'm kind of for it with this as far as eliminating it from the floor. I want to know who I'm voting for. I want to know what they can do, what they've done, not just because their buddy said, hey, I'll nominate you. That's it.
Thanks. Tammy? Conabear?
I'm kind of torn both ways on this. I think if you're serious about running, you need to put it out there in advance. In fact, I have submitted to Suzanne and to Tammy Culbertson a generic application it's a fillable form that you can fill out if you're running for an office. And it just has some basic questions so that when it comes time to vote, we can actually look at Form A, Form B, and Form C for those 3 candidates and see how they answered each one of the questions, so that we're comparing apples to apples instead of, I throw out my thing saying I'm running for a position, and Lawrence, you throw out a thing and you add your complete job resume to it, and I just do a little blip. At least if we have a basic, simple form that each person can fill out so we can compare apples to apples. And we could even do that for a floor nomination, is, have them, if they're going to be nominated from the floor, fine. They fill out this form and they can answer it right there on the spot.
Brittany?
My take on it is that we are supposed to be voting for our players. And when we go into the elections, we're supposed to have conversations with our players that have told us how they want us to vote. So if we go in there and there's floor nominations, in reality, we shouldn't even be voting for them because our players didn't know that they were running and they didn't have a chance to tell us that that's who they wanted us to vote for. So in reality, we shouldn't even be voting for them because that's not what our players wanted and that's not what they knew was happening. So we should be talking to them, and our votes are based on what they want, not our personal votes. That's all.
Elaine?
Yeah, Brittany, that's absolutely right. We should be voting for what our membership, personal membership as player reps means, wants. I can say, you know, my league is a lot smaller than perhaps a lot of others. Some people totally will give me their opinion. Number one, they know the people, or number two, they'll take the time to hit Facebook or something. Which reminds me, do we put, Julie, I think we did the 14-day ahead documents. They go to the Western BCA website ahead of the election, don't they?
Theoretically, yes, they're supposed to go out with the meeting the same day as the meeting notice on the website.
Okay, so we should, instead of supposed to, we should make that happen. So we as player reps can direct our players there. But honestly, a lot of the players will say, well, you know more people than I do. So whatever you think is good, I'm good with. Not everybody's going to feel that way. But the second thing, I just want some clarity, the proxy voting. This is going to be a research and discussion at a later date, correct? Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So right now at the upcoming meeting in May and where Yakima, we are operating on the possibility that someone could be nominated from the floor. Is that correct?
If this passes, then no.
If this passes, then no. Okay. Okay.
Unless there's no nominees.
Unless there are no nominees. All right. And then Tammy Conabear. I like that idea of that form. And that's something that maybe Julie or whoever's in charge of posting that to the website could put that out there for people. And then we as player reps or whoever can direct our people there. And then maybe they'd have a little more inspiration to say, I like this person instead of whatever you think is best. But I think most of us do indeed, as Brittany said, check with our players before we vote. We take it seriously who we vote for. That's it.
Rob? Cameron?
Yeah, so I guess there's a little bit of a question in my mind. If one person runs based on this bylaw change, then you won't take nominations from the floor. But if nobody runs, then you will take nominations from the floor. And the argument I heard was that we don't know anything about them. So what that suggests is we're willing to take a warm body if no one runs.
I don't know that a warm body is the truth, because maybe people wouldn't vote for that particular warm body.
That doesn't matter anymore with how we changed the voting procedure at the last meeting. If a warm body runs, a warm body's getting elected if they're the only one that votes for themselves.
No.
So I just want to step in just real quick because I just want to say that here's a thought as far as not being able to nominate from the floor. So say someone's running, say Zach's running for just because he's in the middle of the screen, but say Zach is running for one of the officer positions and he doesn't get elected. So now next is the board of directors. And so he's like, well, you know what? I want to run for the board then now. You know, and many people have done that too. So, you know, so that could be an issue. You know, I don't know. There's mixed feelings. There's what if there was a question here. What do we do if none of the players want to vote for anyone? You know, Vic was asking me a question last night. And because I think he had talked to Arlen as well. So yeah, I think the two of them, or he was gonna talk to Arlen too about it, but okay, I'm trying to think of how he worded it, but basically what it was is, so say you have 4 positions that you're voting for. And you know, a ballot comes back in with only three people on it that they're voting for, and one's blank or abstaining. Does that mean that the whole ballot should be abstained from? Or you still count the 3 and do one as a no vote kind of thing? Does that make sense, Arlen?
According to how we changed the bylaws at the last meeting, you can't not vote. So if they're abstaining from the 4th position, I would imagine that the whole ballot is out.
Null and void, yeah.
That's how we changed it at the last meeting. Whereas that's why I want to, and I've been looking at this on Robert's rules for elections. There should be an option on our ballot that says no, neither. I'm not abstaining, but I don't want to vote for either of these candidates. That should be an option.
That's not how an election works. That's not how an election works. We all go and vote. If you vote and you leave one open, that just means you are refusing to vote, but it doesn't count. But the ones you voted for count.
So what if you don't want to vote for any of them?
Then your vote, then if you don't vote for any of them, then your vote it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's like you didn't show up if you don't vote for any of them. But if you vote for 2 out of the 3 and you didn't vote for the 3rd, that's how an election works. And I've been involved with elections for many years now. So it's just how an election works. The other part that I just, and I had my hand up next, so that's why I chimed in. The other part, I agree with Elaine. I agree with parts that Brittany said. I agree with Rob. I have to ask a hard question of each and every one of you. How many of you honestly looked at every single resume and then took the time within the 2 weeks of the agenda coming out how many of you honestly went around and talked to all your players? I commend you for that, Lawrence. But I looked at everything. I maybe talked to a few players, but I didn't talk to everybody, but at least I even looked at them. I'll bet you there's a big amount of people on this that haven't even looked at the agenda until 15 minutes before the meeting, or maybe even a day before the meeting, because it didn't come out until a certain time frame, or they just didn't have time and didn't look at it. So my response to Elaine is, I think a lot of people don't say anything because they trust you to make the right decision. And that's where the proxy voting could come into play. And that's where nominations from the floor. And as was mentioned by Tammy, do you want somebody to put in an application for board of directors, secretary, vice president, and president, and then withdraw their nominations once they get the thing they want? Because we're kind of cutting off the hand to spite the foot. So it's just a comment. Thank you.
Julie, your hand's still up. If you had something. Okay. Brittany.
I just need some clarification, I guess. So my understanding is if you don't vote, your vote does not count, so you can't abstain. You need to be elected, you need 50% or 51%. And so if your votes aren't counting, then the only votes that are counting are the ones that are voting for said person. So that person's going to be elected no matter what, because the people that don't want to vote, their vote doesn't count. So somebody can go into it and be, the only person, they're going to get elected because your vote doesn't matter. So that to me just doesn't make any sense. And Suzanne, I did. I went around, I asked my players. As soon as Julie sends out the email, I read the agenda, I read every single thing that's attached to it. And yes, there are some people that probably don't, but I am one that does. And there are many that do. You're muted, Suzanne.
So I'm not saying specifically, I'm not targeting you, and kudos for you doing that. But I think if we're honest, and honesty and integrity go hand in hand. If we are honest, there is a lot of players reps and a lot of people that are not even looking at the agenda until right before, or they're looking at it and they're going, yeah, I like so-and-so, or I don't like so-and-so, but then they maybe don't like what so-and-so has to say on the Zoom meeting, and then they mark them off as not wanting to vote for them. So things do change. It is evolving. And as far as talking to all your players, kudos to you that you have the opportunity to talk to 240 or 280 players. I don't even have the correct emails to all of them, but a lot of them do come up to me and talk to me personally. And that I encourage. I encourage that. I do have meetings with my players reps. I encourage them to speak out, to ask questions. But we do have a lot of people, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. The reality is life gets in the way. And I think a lot of our players just want to play pool. They don't want to be involved in the politics, and they trust the people that are representing them. Trust goes a long way.
There are some hands up, but they put them down, so I'm gonna assume Julie's next.
I'm still stuck on the whole, I just want everybody to understand and be clear that let's say at the next election, president's up for election. Tammy decides she's not going to run, and someone comes in who has never been to a board meeting or never been to a meeting, never involved in anything. Some stranger off the street comes in and wants to run for president. They're going to be elected president because we cannot vote no. If we abstain, our vote doesn't count. So if we have 3 people running for a position and all 3 people are not who we want in that position for whatever reason, that doesn't matter. If they are on the ballot and you don't vote for either one of them, your vote doesn't count against them.
Yeah, that's just like any election that we hold in the United States.
Elections,
that's what we have.
Primaries, you go through and you can vote who you want in those 2 positions. Right. We're not electing the president of the United States. We're electing someone to run our association.
Well, that's true, but we also there's ways to vet that, and that's because they're player reps and they're chosen by their league operator. That's how those people get chosen. So it's not be some stranger off the street, Steve Smith from down the hall.
You know how many player reps we have that have never come to a meeting, not one?
I do, and I understand that. But again, if that's a thing, right? I mean, somebody's always going to fill a position, I think, except for one time. It hasn't happened, but we'll see what happens.
I guess that's why I believe that voting or nominating someone from the board or from the floor is a checks and balance to that. To me, that's a checks and balance. If you don't like who is there, you nominate someone from the floor, and it very well be, they get the opportunity to ask those same questions. And they are vetted right there in front of people. So if they're not watching and they are a player's rep and they're not involved in it, then they're not listening and they're not asking the questions that are important to them. So I think that the nominations from the floor are a checks and balance to the people that have maybe submitted something. And it also prevents people from running for 6 different positions and putting their name out there. Just a thought.
Okay. Julie, your hand's still up. I don't know if that was it or not. So, okay. Kamitha.
Yeah, I'm still kind of on the fence. I loved what Sue just said to checks and balances because I was swinging towards the other side of no. But if our meetings where people are being elected, if I'm not going to be able to vote remotely, then I would think that what could happen is you could hold this in Nevada, and if there's only one person there, and if I can't vote from Oregon, then they could stack it. They could have someone show up and say, no, we want to do this. They could stack it. I would think that if you are going to nominate someone from the floor, then that is really biased based on who is attending. So for me, if I'm not able to vote remotely or contribute to that, then I don't think someone should be able to vote from the floor. Or I mean, not vote. I mean, what is it? Try to run, nominated, whatever.
Yeah, nominate. Elaine. Elaine.
Sorry. Is it possible to address Julie's concern by having, like, if we had online vote and another radio button that said, I'm not voting for this position? Or on the form, say that. I mean, I'm in agreement that we don't have to vote for every position. I think the 2 or 3 votes that person votes for and the 4th that they don't, the 3 count, the other one doesn't. That's like a no vote. It's tricky, but maybe there's a way. I don't know. Anybody got any ideas on that?
Yeah, the only way to do that is a roll call of yay or nay on every single person, and you are only allowed to vote yay on one. That's the only way to eliminate it.
Okay, we used to do that.
Nay.
Yeah, and that's how we used to do it until they wanted to go anonymous, and then it was on paper and blah blah.
Well,
yeah,
our elections were always anonymous. They were always by paper. They were always in person. But you could choose, if there were 3 people on there, you didn't have to vote for all 3 positions. You could vote for 1 or 2 positions. You had to have 51% of the people in attendance to be elected. Now
Correct.
we've taken that away. So if you get 1 vote that you voted for yourself and nobody else gets any votes, you win. So abstaining is not an option. So yes, I'm researching. I'm trying to find something to put together for the annual meeting to put no as an option on a ballot. We should be allowed to say no. I don't want Julie elected.
Oh, so you would have it no on Julie, no on
But that would
Elaine,
have to
no
be
on
approved
Stephanie.
because as of right now, that's not an option. That would have to be approved.
Right. And if we did it that way, wouldn't we possibly have to recast our votes again? Because the other 2 or 3 wouldn't, it would be split and maybe they'd only get 17% each and nobody would get elected. Isn't that possible that way?
It is possible, yes.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, we don't want to do that. We want to have as many positions filled as we can, I guess, at each meeting.
With candidates that everybody wants, not 1 person or 2 people.
Right, but does that really 1 or 2 people want? I mean, is that the case, really? I don't know. Okay,
well,
that's all.
Right now, if we have nobody running for a position and then 1 person runs for that position, they are elected, period. If we have 3 openings for the board and 3 people run for the board, they're elected, period. There's no way of saying, no, I don't want that person on the board. Let's say all of the people that are on the board right now, all of our voting records come out and someone says, Julie voted that way on this issue and Julie voted that way on that issue. I don't want her on the board. Well, if it's only Julie and 2 other people running for those 3 positions, Julie's back on the board because you don't get to choose if there's only 3 running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, one other question I had. A floor nomination, just because someone is nominated on the floor, they can decline. I have seen this, right? So we could still be stuck with nobody if nobody ran, right? Lawrence is shaking his head. Okay, thanks. Just wanted to make sure.
There's procedures in place for some of those things too, though. Like that's why there's more than one board of director position. But also the absence of an officer position, the board gets to select somebody else from the field to fill that spot until the next election. So regardless of all those things, if there's nobody from the floor to run and there's nobody that wants to get elected, then we just have to pick an interim until the next election, until the next meeting to elect them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Lawrence gets it.
Okay, I'm gonna just spout off because everything seems to be out voting and everything seems to be because we changed the way we vote. It still takes a majority. If you have a majority for it still takes a majority. You're abstaining, your vote counts. It shows that you chose not to. You vote no, you don't vote for someone, you don't vote for them. But voting yes still takes a majority. If there's 3 votes and 3 people running for the same position, simple majority is how our bylaws read. So you can't say just because I didn't vote for this person, my whole ballot is null and void. That doesn't work. I voted for other positions on the ballot. I heard that argument earlier from someone. That doesn't work.
We vote different. We don't vote for all the positions on one ballot. We do them separately.
Okay, how many positions? Okay, you're voting for a position for president. You're voting for who's running. You're not voting for the 3 positions at that same time. You're voting for one person. That's the way a ballot works. You're voting for another position of vice president. You nominate your nominees. You don't vote, well, if this person wants president and this person gets vice president, you don't do that on the same ballot. They are separate ballots for separate positions. So it still takes a majority to vote a person in. You choose not to vote, you vote, don't vote. That person gets 0 votes, gets 1 vote. The majority would be, I guess, 1, but I'm pretty sure that other people, if they're on the ballot, are going to get more votes than 1. If you have an incumbent, no one's running against them, it's pretty obvious. Yes, they're going to be reelected. That happens. That happens quite a bit in government. So I don't understand the argument. That's the way elections work. You either do vote for the person or you don't vote for the person. You vote for the person or their opposition. If there's no opposition and you choose not to vote, then that incumbent by rights would be back in office because he was not voted out and no one else stepped up to vote, to have a vote, to say they wanted to do it. So I'm tired of the voting thing. It's really getting old.
I don't see
No
any.
further discussion. Tammy.
Thank you, Arlen. Thank you, everybody, for your input on that. And I'm just gonna say that, when it's one position for like a vice president, a president, a treasurer, secretary, if it's only one that's being voted on, that usually shouldn't be an issue. But it's gonna where I think we run into the issues is when we have, like, say for instance, I think we have 4 board members positions coming up, or the 5 members at large, and 3 and 4, think Ed's on a 1 year because
This next one's
he
3.
jumped in, filled, huh?
The next one's 3.
The next one's 3.
Okay. Who's up this time? Ben.
Ed, Jackson, and Bill.
Ed Jackson. Okay. Um,
Because
okay,
Nikki,
then
Dave, Julie, and I were elected at the last.
that's right. That's right. And then Ed took over later. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Anyways, I think that's when we run into the issues, but anyways, I guess, so what do we need to do here? We need to vote on, do we need to vote on this to make it? Or are we gonna push it off?
Vote on it.
I haven't heard a motion read or made about this.
Thank you, Arlen. Lawrence is representing the agenda item. He needs to present a motion. Please.
We're getting there.
Okay, sorry, I was getting there. Motion to pass the proposed bylaw change in regards to nominations from the floor while electing officers, board of directors, and members at large as presented in the document that was emailed out to all the player reps by Julie.
I second.
Oh, thank you, Arlen. So Lawrence, could you clarify this? If you vote yes, you are saying you can only, there's no floor nominations unless no one is available to vote for. If you vote no, you want to allow floor nominations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're voting for the change. Yes is for this following change. Nominations for candidates shall be called for and may be submitted no less than 14 days prior to the annual meeting. Nominations may be made from the floor at the annual meeting only if there are no candidates declared 14 days prior to the election.
Lawrence, can you read your motion again?
The motion is for the proposal to change bylaws in regards to nominations from the floor while electing officers, board of directors, and members at large, as proposed in the document emailed by the secretary to the membership.
Okay, so Julie, do you have the motion then?
I think so. Hold on, let me read it back to you.
It's basically the top of the
Right,
of the
right.
document. Okay.
Motion to pass the proposal to change bylaws in regards to nominations from the floor while electing officers, board of directors, and members at large as proposed in the document emailed by the secretary to the membership.
Yeah.
I second it.
Okay, so
Julie, have you
Julie's-
done attendance? So are you gonna do a?
Yeah, I
roll call
think
vote?
the best way to do it would be the roll call vote, Tammy, so then I can take attendance at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. So do we want to, we'll go ahead and vote on it?
We would need to move it to discussion first before voting on it, wouldn't we?
Oh, move it to, okay. Yes. It does say discussion.
Yeah, you have the discussion, then the motion, then
discussed
the discussion.
That's what I was thinking though.
You
that we
always,
just
I
discussed
don't
it,
know
but-
why the policy or the procedure is to open discussion again after the motion is called. I don't know. Didn't we just discuss the hell out of it?
Yeah. So I guess if there's any more discussion, we can go from there right now. Anybody's got any questions or wants to discuss anything?
I move for a vote.
I'll second that.
I second.
Okay, so then I'll just do the roll call and the vote. The yes vote is to change the bylaws in regards to nominations from the floor while electing officers, board of directors, and members at large as proposed in the document emailed by the secretary to the membership. Sean Self. Is Sean Self still in here?
He is not.
Rob Cameron.
No.
Arlen Grashong.
Muted.
Yes.
Bill Henderson.
No.
Was that no, Bill?
No.
Thank you. Johnny Landis. Shut up. Johnny Landis. Sorry, that was for my dog. I'm usually muted. Johnny Landis. I see you're in here.
She is in here. She's muted.
Tammy Culbertson.
No.
Vic Albertson.
No.
Telman Yares.
Point of
Wait,
order, the chair does not vote. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
So no vote for
The chair
for
didn't
me.
vote. That was Johnny, but that's call Johnny's name again.
Johnny Landis.
No.
Thank you, Johnny. No vote from Tammy Culbertson. Vic
Correct.
Albertson was a no. Raquel. Sorry about that. Raquel.
Yes.
It's confusing because I'm taking the roll call at the same time. Suzanne Mackey.
No.
John Evans. John Evans.
No.
That doesn't sound like John.
That was not.
I just let John back in a couple minutes ago. He was having a hard time getting in and out though. So
Michelle Jensen. Michelle Jensen. Michelle, I can see you. Just put your thumbs up or thumbs down. Thank you. Zach Zager. Do it again,
Yes.
Zach.
Yes.
Yes. Robin Adams.
No.
Say that again.
No.
Thank you. Nikki Bisconner.
no.
Nikki, is Chad in the room?
Nope, Chad's not here.
Brittany DeWalt.
Yes.
Julie Fraser says yes. Tim Fraser. I hear Tim from the living room says yes. But I don't know if that counts. Thank you.
Yes.
Jackson McDonald.
No.
Cindy Medina. Cindy Medina, are you still in the room? I don't see her anymore. Melissa Olson.
Yes.
Uni Slate.
Yes.
B. Evans. B. Evans. I don't see B anymore.
She's shooting. Yeah, she's shooting right now, Julie. We're running our end of session tournament right now.
Okay. Becky Potter. Becky Potter.
He's saying yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ray Seibert. Ray Seibert.
He's shooting right now.
Okay,
Hang on a
thank you.
second.
Kamatha.
Yes.
Deepak.
No.
Tyler Spires.
No.
That no?
Not on mine.
No.
Thank
Hello,
you.
I'm here.
Elaine.
Hey, who you are?
This is Ray Cyber.
Oh, Ray, what is your vote? Elaine Eberly.
Okay, I'll vote no.
Thank you.
Julie?
Dave Chavez.
Julie,
Yes.
this is Johnny. I
Hi,
tried to get
Johnny.
in to say no, and I couldn't.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have you down as a no. I think someone heard you.
Okay, thanks.
Dave Chavez.
No.
Pat Mitchell.
No.
Mike Rick.
Yes.
Matt Andrews.
Yes.
Lawrence Frampton.
Yes.
Nancy Mesor. Nancy Mesor.
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Phillips. Richard Phillips.
Nominating from the floor. Yes, I don't think so.
Yes, you don't. Yes, your vote is a yes to no. Not,
It's a no.
it's a no. Okay.
Sorry for my distractions, guys.
Ed Slade.
No.
Mika Cully.
Yes.
Jesse Johnson.
Yes.
Sue Ledger.
Yes.
Stephanie Shirtliff.
Yes.
Jeff Beers.
No.
Stephanie Crystal.
No.
Tammy Conabear.
No.
Alex Vogel.
No.
Angela Busenbark.
Yes.
Sam Rubito.
No.
Robert Gehring.
Yes.
Okay, did anybody not hear their name and not vote?
Shelley and Ryan Huntoon. Shelley. Can you hear me, Julie?
Yeah, is this Shelley Huntoon?
It is, and Ryan's right here beside me.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not have you guys in here. Just a second, let me get to you. Okay, how does
sorry.
Ryan vote?
Ryan, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Shelley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else not hear their name?
I heard my name, but I don't know whether you heard me. I said no.
It's
I'm
John
John
Evans?
Evans. Yes,
Thank
I
you,
am.
John.
Thank you.
Anybody else not hear their name or not vote?
Julie,
Yes.
this is Cindy Medina.
Oh, hi, Cindy.
Hi.
I said no.
No, thank you.
Mhm.
And in the chat, Michelle Jensen says yes. Cindy was in there also, but I didn't know if
Okay, I
since
think
you
I
didn't see
got
Cindy.
Michelle Jensen, but let me make sure. Yes, I have her.
Okay, great.
Okay, so this is a bylaw change, so it's 2/3. I don't know if you want to move on and I'll count. Tammy, you tell me, or do you want to wait and I can count? And
Can we take a short break?
not my call.
Julie, do you have a total
Sorry.
number of
Do you want to
votes for a number?
I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Do you have a total number of votes yet so that you can determine 2/3?
Well, I will as soon as I count them up. I
Okay.
had to take the roll call to make sure I had everybody.
same
But
time.
I'll have when I'm done counting, I'll let you know the total number of people here and then the total number of votes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tammy
Break time.
Culbertson, do you want to call for a
Yes.
break?
Yes, let's go ahead and call for a break. How about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5? 5.
Okay, see everybody at 2:10. All right, are we ready?
Is Tammy back?
Yeah, I'm here. Do we have a? Yeah, do we have a count, Julie?
Yep, we have a count. We had 45 voters, 23 yes, 22 no, so it did not pass.
Okay. So it didn't pass. We move on to the next discussion. So the next discussion is for discussion and action to move to make platinum Scotch doubles division non-gender specific. Ed Slade, are you available to chat about this?
Yes, I'm here. I think it pretty much does it for itself. One thing that was really clear to me was Platinum Scotch Doubles had 21 competitors this event, and that's not enough. I think making Platinum Scotch Doubles gender neutral will give us a full field, and I think we have time for a full field, time and tables for a full field in that event. It doesn't change. I think the caps are, well, I don't know about the caps, but it wouldn't change whether you could play with a man or a woman, so it wouldn't affect the women. I don't feel, because they can still play with the same person they've always played with. And all it's going to do is open it up for the 1/5 of our organization that doesn't get to play Scotch doubles to play Scotch doubles, and I can't see where that's a bad thing at all. We have so many guys that are looking for females, and they're just not. They're not on the planet in the Western BCA. So I feel it's a no-brainer. I'm not asking for the world. I'm not asking for it in every division. Just we already have it in elite, and then to also have it in platinum, I think would well serve everyone in the Western BCA. That's what I got. Open for discussion.
Jonathan.
Okay, I'm going to be raising my hand several times. I want to make it clear. Actually, before you answer, Ed, I want to know what the objective is. Is it to increase participation? But I have the data back from 2007, and yes, Scotch doubles grew this year. It was 294 players, so it did grow. I do want to point out, if we continue to grow the doubles division, I think then we need to go back and talk to Bad Boys about maybe start times and time at event, because I have a chart from 2007 through today, and our singles division entries have dropped since 2019. Our largest turnout ever of players was 2019 across the entire event. So both 2017, 18, and 19 were larger than this year. So this was not the largest turnout. So we need to debunk that statement. But for Scotch doubles, it absolutely grew. And
that's all I was saying.
Yeah,
was that
Scotch
it
doubles
was the largest event. And to interrupt you for a second, we don't know that 2019 was the largest event, because in 2005, 6, 7, and 8, when we were A's, B's, and everybody else, we probably had more singles than the 940 that we had.
I'm staring at the data from 2000. I have the payout data from 2007 through today, and singles. Did you say, I'm sorry, did you say singles? No, in 2007, the total people entries was 1853. The largest people entries was 2019 at 2726, and this year was 2350, down almost 400 from 2019. I have a chart.
That's awesome. Any chance you could share that with me?
Oh yeah, just a picture. I could show you a picture. My question is the intention to get more participation in the doubles? Because from a payouts perspective, and this has been like this for a long time, it's been stated even recently that people should not make more money at doubles than they do singles. However, singles entries are dropping. They've dropped since 2019. 2019, I said? Yeah, and 2019, they've been lower since, so they're dropping. Are you trying to get more people into the doubles division? Is that the goal, to get more people to be able to play doubles?
I'm trying to get more men able to play Scotch doubles. So I guess, yes, more people to play Scotch doubles, yes. 21 people in the platinum division is not enough in my book.
Well, by the way, this year was not 21. I'm staring at the payouts right now. Let me go back to that sheet. Platinum was 24 entries, not 21, just saying.
Okay, cool.
Last year was 37 entries
No,
in
I
platinum.
realized that, yeah,
This year's
we went way down this year. And
you're 65% of last year. When that happens, the payouts at the bottom are thicker, the top drops more. Okay. I can just pause. I'll raise my hand with my next question when it happens.
All right, Suzanne.
Kamitha, quick question for you. You said 24 in the platinum. How many were in the elite? Scotch.
We had
what?
20.
Was that
this year? We had 28 in Scotch, which was up from 23.
Okay.
From last
So
year.
we had 28 in the platinum. We had 24 in the or excuse me, 28 in the elite and 24 in the platinum, correct?
Correct.
Ed, I don't disagree with you with regards to it being non-gender. However, I do believe that we are gearing more, and I'm just going to say this, we are gearing more towards the upper players and paying more attention to the upper players than we are giving attention to the lower players that were more upset that they didn't get the table time that they felt they needed. So that's where I'm gonna, I don't know what the solution is, but they felt that they were pressured more than the upper players to speed up and take less table time, even though they were getting less money back, and they got an, especially in singles, they got an increase in their entries. So I did have quite a few people that expressed a concern that they felt they were being rushed, and they felt that it was not reciprocal to and the ring game was an example. It was geared towards the upper players. So
The ring game was absolutely not geared towards the upper players.
It
there
may
was
not have been
more lower players than there were upper players.
I was in the ring game.
Well, I heard that, Julie. However, I'm just expressing what I am hearing. People were talking to me and they felt that things are getting geared more towards the upper players again. And I think we need to be careful of that, because a lot of our lower players come to enjoy the time playing at the coast, and they spend a lot of money there. So just a cautionary statement and a question. But like I said, I don't disagree with Ed, yet I think we really need to be conscious of our lower players and how they feel. Anyway, end of it.
I think Sam was next, I think. Is that right?
Sure. Hi, Ed. Was there a Scotch caps change that might be attributed to this? I don't remember what the changes were.
No.
No,
There were no changes to Scotch.
no. I do want to say silver increased by 42%. Last year there were 66. This year there were 94 in silver.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So there's more lower players than there were upper players.
And
Absolutely.
there always has been.
So,
Yep.
I have a second question to specifically to you, Ed, then. Does that mean that if the platinum is going to go non-gender specific, or however you're going to term that, does that mean that more money will go into that also? Because there was a question as to why there was so much money in the, and I get it, there's sponsorship that's involved there, but there was a question as to why so much money went into the elite and not into the platinum, even though they had similar numbers.
I don't think that's a question for Ed. The money for elite,
For sure.
the money for elite comes from Chinook Wins dedicates $3,500. It says it's the Chinook Wins Elite. They dedicate $3,500, and that's split between 2 elite events: elite Scotch doubles and elite singles. So
Singles.
even singles and Scotch doubles. Now, if platinum were to grow, of course, the amount of money that's available grows, because the payouts come from their entry fee. We know that. And then their portion of the total pot, because Western BCA gives what, $25,000, $30,000. I have the numbers, that doesn't matter, but they give a whole bunch of money. And the more platinum players you have, they get a portion of that. Their portion is bigger than a bronze person. So if my portion is bronze person, making up numbers, is $1, a platinum might be $2. So this is not a question for Ed of whether more money will be in there. Of course, more money will be in there because there's going to be more entries, but it does not equal the first place is all of a sudden going to win more. Probably. I tried to, if the entries go up at a certain percentage, I try to I follow our same rules, and then I try to make sure that the increase of payout is somewhat equal, or it looks right as you go up the brackets. I don't know if I answered your question. Yeah.
Did you have your hand up also, Kamitha? Because I think you're next.
She spoke.
Well, she was answering the question for you, so I didn't know if she had another question also. Elaine.
Yeah, so I worked all of Fun Day, and I will say that there were a lot of guy pairs, whoever was in charge of the sign up can correct me, but many of them said that they were happy that they could play non-gender specific Scotch together. I will say that a number of them were not platinum level players, though. They just wanted to play, mostly 2 guys playing Scotch together. So I think the desire to have it is there. I don't know the specifics on how it would be, what the cap would be. Would it remain the same? Would 2 lower level guy players play together, or would a lower level guy perhaps have to hunt out a higher level guy, or 2 women, or whatever, so I don't know, maybe Ed could address his thoughts on that, or somebody, but the interest was there, and I think people were happy that it was there on Fun Day.
It was such a good place. Nothing existed. It was literally like
Robert.
Hey, I just want to make a quick statement. I've tried to play genderless the last 2 times, 9 ball and now 8 ball. I have a choice of 2 women in my area that I can qualify for platinum genderless in. That's not enough choices. They're already spoke for. I have multiple men I could play with and play in that division. I would have played in genderless if I was allowed to, but without a woman, I can't play in genderless. I mean, I can't play in gendered. So I just wanted to make that statement and share that information with you. Thank you.
And Zach.
I don't know. I'm like kind of thinking right now of like what it could look like if platinum was genderless. You know, there's Jack and Jill teams and bronze, silver, and gold, and some of the men in those teams are higher rated players. So I don't know. I'm sure that it will attract more players to come play Scotch if it was genderless. I mean, I've been a part of and ran, you know, like 1100 and 1150 Scotch doubles tournaments, and they're very successful. But at the same time, like some of those players that are playing gold or silver that are the higher rated players could also move away from that and then play platinum. So in a sense, I mean, if there's 24 platinum teams and what do you say, 92 bronze teams, right? Like potentially it could balance it out. And like being realistic, like having 92 bronze Scotch doubles teams, like it's gonna take a while, you know, like they're not running out racks. I mean, you know, it takes a while, and that's where some of this time comes from, you know, with being behind on tables. And yes, I mean there were platinum players and elite teams that, you know, took a while as well. But yeah, and especially with this just being 8-ball, like 8-ball is a chess match. It was a match I was in where a stripe was tied up with the 8 right by the corner pocket. So if you touch that stripe, the 8's going to go in. So like there are times where racks are going to take longer. But I don't know. That's just some of my thoughts on like maybe it would balance some things out. Like I don't think we're going to lose people if platinum goes genderless. So I don't know. That's just some of my thoughts.
And then nobody else has their hand up right now. I keep putting my hand up, but it keeps disappearing. So I thought, one is we've had it Jack and Jill for a long time, because back in the day we had girl divisions and Jack and Jill, and then we got rid of girl divisions, and now girls get to just be peppered in the teams and they're in with all the main event. And so the last thing that was left was girls got to at least be a hot commodity, because people would go search out to have a girl on their team to be a Scotch team. But it's dying bad. And just like I think singles being 5 days long, I think that is a problem, and that's why it dropped 400 participants. So Kamith, I'm really glad that you brought that to our attention. I would love to see a report that has those stats, because if we could look in 2019 and what's the difference and what was 18, 19, like a 5-day singles event is really a challenge. But that's kind of a different topic. But the girls, the big reason why we haven't gotten rid of Jack and Jill is because the old way was we wanted to support the women players, and the women players are more and more just not even coming, I don't think. But we're not even tracking that. I'm hoping in the near future we are going to start tracking the women players, women versus men, and hopefully we can recapture if we're actually losing women. But listening to what Ed's saying about the 24 Scotch ones, we are losing our better, like higher rated women players, because they don't fit on a Scotch team anywhere except for probably the platinum, and so they just get lost. And seems like this is the girls having their special spot is just kind of dying in the Western BCA league, if we want to preserve it, or if we don't want to preserve it, because more and more they're just not coming anymore, and that's why we don't have enough women to play. And if we do go to all men in that division, are we going to be able to get done? Because I think that really could boost the numbers. Can we get done in the time frame that we have to be able to do it in? And then John's got his hand up.
Can I respond to you, Nikki?
Oh yeah, please do.
Yeah, the last comment, yeah, that will definitely be a bad boys question. And it's been asked. And they say, well, let's find out what Western BCA wants. And so that has been asked. As far as losing women, we just had more Scotch doubles teams than we've ever had. So I don't think we're losing women. We've lost some of the higher rated women, but when you look at the higher rated women, there's only a certain amount. I mean, I've looked for women under or over 500 for the Northwest Cup team. There's 8 in the state of Washington that play Western BCA. There's like 6 or 7 in Oregon. There not that many higher rated women that are playing. And what was the other point?
That
Oh,
is
the number,
really cool. I didn't know that, Ed. That's
the
really
number,
cool.
yeah, the numbers since 2019 have gone down every year until this year. And that's because of COVID and because of high inflation. It's not because the women are on mixed teams, and there's many reasons. Not that we're just going with mixed everything. So yeah, I just wanted to rebut there a little bit. Okay, who's next?
Thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. John.
Yeah.
John.
Muted, John. Still muted.
Oh, I can. Is that John? That's John, you're talking
Having
away.
a hard time unmuting.
Mute. There you go.
There you
Did
are.
it work?
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
we
thanks.
can hear you, John.
Yeah, sorry about that. It does seem like it would favor me to have it, just gender neutral, but I wouldn't be for it. And it does seem to me that we favor the better players a lot. And when you talk about, somebody mentioned sponsored money, the casino adds money, but I think it depends on who's doing the negotiating and where it goes. It seems to me that the casino on their own isn't saying, you know what, you're getting 1,800 players to come down here. We darn well, we want to add money to that elite whatever. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that's the case. Well, let me just finish. I mean, I'd find it amazing that they even know or care about the elite division. But I'll let you guys talk now. Sorry.
Well, I just want to let you know that as far as Chinook wins go, so 9-ball is $3,000 added for the top division, or quote, the elite division. The for 8-ball is 3,500 is added for the elite division, quote, top division. So those are, that is just a little extra amount that gets added besides the other amount that gets added to all the main, all the rest of the divisions and events.
Pat.
Pat, you're muted.
Thanks, Tammy.
We had 2 gentlemen sign up for gold Scotch this year. We had to contact them and give them their money back because gold was not genderless and they were not aware. So it was just the point of lack of communication out there. But it kind of wants you to think, well, why can't you have 2 women in platinum Or is that your intent? You've been talking about two men playing with each other, but that also means two women can play, right?
Absolutely.
So I don't see a problem with that, other than it might be understood just for platinum, being that we had two men sign up for gold. So, I mean, we had more gold entries. We had 78 gold Scotch teams. So it's going, the way it looks is it's leaning towards genderless for everybody.
And that's been put to the organization many times and it's been turned down. So I'm not doing that again.
Okay, so it's just for the platinum. I can see no issues other than maybe a little miscommunication with the lower divisions, as long as it's clear to them.
Yeah, the lower divisions will still be upset about it. The men that aren't getting to play where the most of the Western BCA are, I mean, they will still be upset about it. But we do need to have divisions that need a woman. We've seen that it needs to happen, and I don't want to go away from that.
Okay.
Kamatha.
Quick note, when everything started to drop, you mentioned COVID, obviously 2022 is COVID, but 2018 is when Fargo was born. So it was 2018, Fargo was born, and 2018 and 2019 were our largest counts ever. And then COVID, and then we've slowly been growing, except for the singles division. That's it. I'll raise my hand when I have
Singles
the next
division
comment.
has grown as well, right?
No,
It has. It absolutely has.
I have the numbers.
I know.
Since 2022, it has grown.
So it has grown since 2022, but it's not where it
There
used
you
to be.
go.
Okay,
So
that's
all we asked is, has it grown?
yes, and well, in 2019 was 1,230. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong
It
damn
was-
number.
It
was
was
904. Go ahead.
It was 900, a little over 900.
Yeah,
It was
942, I think.
It was 948 in 2019, and
Yeah.
then 629, 751, 697, and this year was 782.
so good. We're
Yep.
we're on a growth. We're not all-time highs, but we are growing back again. Hey, somebody in chat said the money that is coming from platinum, I don't know where it went, but was that added money back when the pros used to come, and that's why we're doing it like that? What, didn't they give like 10,000 bucks or something back then when they did that? I thought that they gave a large amount of money about that.
Yes, the casino added more money back then.
Yes.
It was the separate amount for the pros.
But the pros were separate. The casino has always added elite, but there was a point, it might have been 2018, 2017, 2018, when we did have the pros in. It was huge, but we had a secondary sponsor that also wanted to put money into the top division, and for public relations with the casino, they said, no, that's our division. So we took that secondary sponsor, and their money was applied towards platinum. So, and it was Littman Lights. They put some money out there. And so I did the poster. It's like, so platinum, and it was singles. Platinum had their normal payout pots from everybody, but then they had additional money specifically for platinum. Chinook Winds added to elite, and then Littman Lights added money to platinum.
Thank you for that. That's good information. I didn't know that. But to me, it just shows that there are people that are wanting to put more money towards the top divisions.
There was large discussions. I know someone that could come in and sponsor. They could pick whatever division they wanted to sponsor. I don't know. We have never, well, since 2007, we haven't had that happen. That Littman Lights the only time it happened where I just described it.
The next, John Evans again. John, are you trying to figure out how to unmute yourself?
There I am. There
Oh,
we
there
go.
we go.
I think I
Okay.
got it. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to clear something up. When you say they added money, the casino chose to add money to it, it really depends on who's doing negotiating. Because if you're negotiating for that division, which I imagine that's the only way they would even know about the different divisions, then it's you guys who are in essence taking the money, part of the money, and saying, well, we want to add 3,000 to the upper division, and they go, sure, but we're only going to give you this much money. That's not really. It's you guys making that decision by how you negotiate. Am I wrong? Thanks.
I haven't been at the negotiating table, so I have no idea, but I think that there are players at the casino that were players also, and maybe to me, you would think that the casino wants good players in there, and they also, this is not
Why?
just the
We get back
first.
on the point, please. Ed's topic.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
We're on
Yeah.
payouts and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, right. No sound running.
Tim. Did Tim just lower his hand? Looks like he might have just lowered his hand. Anybody else thinking about this? No hands raised. The only last, I put a comment in here. If the cap for platinum is 1,100 and most of the men that are probably about a 600 that don't want to play in the elites, but they're just a little under elites and they're trying to find a girl. They want to find a girl about 500 to get as close to 1,100 as they can. And what Ed just said is if there's only 5 to 7 girls per state that are a 500, we really don't have enough girls that can compete in that platinum division. Is that correct?
That would be one way to look at it, and that would be correct, looking at it that way.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions that they want to talk about this? Zach.
Kind of just what I've already said, but if this does pass, I'd be curious to see what it would look like as far as all divisions, like how it would affect all divisions. Like because it sounds like we had 90 something teams in bronze and we had like 70 something in silver. How many teams do we have in gold? Like it's up here on the low divisions and then it goes down. And I had mentioned like the lower divisions, they take longer to play. Yeah, their races are shorter too, but it still takes longer. So I guess I would just be curious as to kind of look at the numbers, where it would go. Maybe it would level it out. But that's kind of what was pressing, I guess. I'd just be curious to see how changing one division would affect it. And yes, and I'm all for women participation, right? Like I want, I'm all for that. But I think numbers are good as well. I think they're also important.
Zach, just to answer your question, so we had a total of 280 total Scotch doubles entries. So bronze was at 57, silver's at 93, gold was 78, and then platinum 24 and elite 28.
Yeah, and I think putting elite to the side, I mean, I think that it could potentially balance everything out where maybe everything's closer to like 50 teams.
So just to comment on that, Zach, real quick, I think you're right. I think it will start balancing things out. But just to clarify, because I've heard it a couple times today, the bottom divisions or division and the top division are both the divisions that play the slowest. So just to clarify that. And, you know, there's a lot of different reasons why, I think. But, you know, Fargo is a big part of it, right? Everything's sending, you know, all of it is, most matches are being played at Hill or close to it. But with that being said, you know, I do think that it will start averaging teams out a little bit. There would be a shift into more teams in the platinum, maybe less teams in the silver or gold, because there are some higher level, you know, players that play down in those lower level divisions.
Yeah, and one thing that just came too was like, I guess, I mean, we're not talking about race lengths here, but I mean, like if I was on a platinum, like I played platinum singles, I think it was a race to 6. And I think Scotch was also a race to 6, but I mean, I personally would not be upset if it was a race to 5, right? Like, and I see like the lower, where if it's like a race to 3, that's like really low, that sucks. But being in the platinum, like I would be okay with, you know, a race to 5 that would save some time in the platinum area. You know, it sucks. Like we all want to play more pool, right? But you know, I think there's something we could look at there as well. I think that's all I got on the topic.
And actually the gold, silver, bronze was at 4.
Yeah,
Platinum was at 5, like 6, but yeah.
Was Elite was at 6 for A-ball?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, 5's cool.
And I think it is something that we're looking at, and you know, we are looking at it with Bad Boys and all the durations and all that stuff. So we're definitely focused on that quite a bit.
And Tammy Conabear.
So my question is Ed, through this, are you anticipating keeping the caps the same as we voted to keep them the same for 2 years? Or are you wanting the caps then readjusted if this passes?
I don't have anything to do with caps now. I know that they're going to be the same for 8-ball for 2 years. And with the numbers that we had at the last 9-ball event, I would hope that Scotch doubles caps stay the same for 9-ball as 8-ball. I mean, it's always nice to know who your partner is going to be at the next event well in advance. And if caps are changed, that's not going to be the case. So yeah, I would hope that caps stay the same.
I thought those were just team caps, not.
No, we voted for Scotch doubles caps.
And team caps?
No, we voted for just team.
We voted for teams and Scotch to stay the same for 2 years for 8-ball.
I disagree.
No, we didn't.
Can I hear from somebody from the tournament committee? Well, Tammy, you're on the tournament committee, right?
Tammy's on the competition committee.
I was on the competition committee, and when this got presented, it was presented that we voted in the caps for 8-ball and that they would stay the same for 2 8-ball events.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted a clarification. I'm done.
And Kamitha has her hand up. Kamitha put her hand down. Okay, anybody else have any comments?
Oh. Sorry, I was talking. I hit the wrong button. It doesn't matter. I don't recall voting on any Scotch caps. It was team caps that were changed. We said for 2 years. We'll have to go back and look at that. I think the statement was already made that we hope to level it out. Do we really think that leveling it out, pulling from silver, that some men in silver are going to hop up to platinum? I mean, there's always plenty of men to take care of these women, but do we really think that are there really a lot of people, platinum players playing in silver that will hop up?
No.
Well,
So we,
What it's
I
gonna
might
do,
go ahead.
go
Ed.
ahead, Jeff.
Well, I think, well, I might disagree with that a little bit. I think that there would be a natural shift, right? So there would be players in the gold division, male players in the gold division that would step up and play in the platinum division, which would then free up female players that are playing in the gold division for more gold players to play with them, and maybe silver players to move up and play with them. So I think it's a natural progression of, or a natural shift as more people move up, then there's more opportunity to follow.
Agreed. Yeah, you might have bronze and silver may even blow up even higher. As people move, as the guys move up, the girls will find a different partner and possibly be able to play a level lower. I don't know. We don't know how it's gonna turn out. I do know one thing. We're gonna have more players in the platinum division. It won't be 24, and the payouts will be better.
And we never know until we try.
Boom, boom, boom. Call for the vote.
Lawrence has got his hand up.
Good.
What if, just because, right, 9-balls are least participated in events, what if we did it just for 9-ball 2025 to see what the number comparison is to 9-ball 2024 as a trial run? But nothing guaranteed, like, hey, this is the one time we're going to do it. We'll revisit it as membership later on for the next time. You know what I'm saying? So that way we can see how it all would work out, because there's no way to know unless we try. But I don't want to lock anything in and be like, for the next 7 years, we're going to do this. And I don't really think that that's a good idea either, right? It doesn't work. So, but we have to find a way to try it out. So that's just
That's a
my
good
suggestion.
idea.
I'm Ben.
I think when we first started talking about this 6-7 years ago, but when we brought in Fargo, that was the goal, was to have it at 9-ball first, because it is the less populated event. And then it just kind of got kicked in the curb, and then it's been kicked around for years. So I like the idea of doing it, having it a one-time thing for 9-ball and seeing what happens.
My only struggle is it's hard to make a decision off of one time. That's my only struggle.
I think this is going to be a no-brainer for you, Jackson.
Good morning.
And Zach's hands up too.
Thanks, Nancy.
I guess my question would be, I mean, and I saw something in the chat. I think there will be teams that are Jack and Jill that, they'll just together. But how would you feel about doing it? Like, I like the idea of doing it once just to try it out, but how would you feel about the idea of doing it for 9-ball and 8-ball, the next two, or 2 events after it's voted on and passed, to get comparison of numbers for both events?
That was
I
kind
get-
of my thought, Zach.
Yeah, like I don't know, just 9-ball. I get not wanting to do like set it in stone for 7 years, but like maybe trying it once for 9-ball and 8.
Just as we're changing it forward, we can change it back. So why not just vote to make the change? And if the numbers don't work out, if people don't like it, or if people vote against it right now, then we know. But we won't know until we just put the vote in play. We can talk it to death. But I think we just put it in play, and then we make a motion to change it to something else if it does not work.
Agreed.
So correct me if I'm wrong. So we will, as we're doing the discussion, the action will be to make the platinum Scotch doubles division along with the elite Scotch division to be non-gender specific. However, the gold, silver, and bronze will stay as Jack and Jill, correct?
Correct.
So Ed, can you make your motion? I don't think there's any more discussion, is there? Make your motion.
Tammy just read it.
Well, Tammy put in like a lot of extra words. What you
Right.
had written for action was move to make platinum Scotch doubles division non-gender specific.
I love it.
Doesn't affect anything else. That was just what the thing said.
And I'm not sure if non-gender specific is good. I mean, gender neutral. Sam, how do you want it worded?
Thank you, Ed. Gender neutral is a wonderful term. We all
Boom.
have genders. Gender
neutral.
Sam, it's 2025. Not everybody has genders.
Hey, just to clarify, are we doing it for just 9-ball? Are we doing it for 9-ball and the next 8-ball, or are we doing it forever?
Moving forward
It's just
until
forever.
it's changed back.
Nothing's forever.
Moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say at least 8 or 9-ball and 8-ball, but it's just, that's what it'll be until it comes up as another discussion to vote on.
And to that, I would say if we do this for 9-ball and it blows up, then we're really going to have to rethink it for 8-ball, because now you're talking about putting restrictions on entries and minimal races. So it's something that's going to have to be in the works, and a lot of communication is going to be had with Bad Boys on that too. And with this too, but especially for 8-ball. I mean, if it gets crazy, there, you know, I don't want to race to 2. So I would say for 9-ball, and actually I wouldn't say for 9-ball. I'd say exactly what you said, Julie, and then we'll cross the rest of the bridges when we get to them.
What did Julie say? Indefinitely until it comes up to be changed again, voted on and changed again?
Just a
No,
motion
that
to
it just
change it,
is,
period.
Scotch doubles is non-gender, period.
There you go. Platinum
Gender
division.
neutral.
And I just.
Gender
Yeah,
neutral.
gender neutral. Thank you.
I second that.
Thank you.
How?
Discussion.
Well, we just had the discussion. If there's anything more to discuss on that, anybody have anything to say?
Michelle Jensen asked, Ed, doesn't that change it for everyone? No, it is specifically for the platinum. So the wording should be changing the platinum division to gender neutral moving forward, period.
Yes. And Michelle, yeah, it's just the elite and platinum that will be that if this passes. The rest are Jack and Jill. Does anybody have any discussions on it? We pretty much discussed it, I think.
I move to vote.
Sounds good. Who
Second.
wants to? There you go.
Sorry.
So
How are you
Julie,
doing the vote?
you want to do the roll call again on it?
I mean,
Isn't that the easiest way to do it?
well, it's takes a while, but it's probably the
We've
most
added some
accurate.
people since then too as well, Julie.
What's that?
I think we've added some people since we started the meeting.
Yeah,
And
I'm
since the last
looking
one.
through. I think I have everybody, but when you have 4, like my screen right now has 4 different pages, so I don't see how a hand raise or it's probably the best way to do it is a roll call.
Perfect. Let's do it.
I'm sorry. Okay. Is Sean Self still here? I don't think Sean was here for the last vote. I think he's gone. Rob Cameron.
I vote for the change.
And yes, I guess I should, the motion is move to make Platinum Scotch Doubles division non-gender specific. So a vote yes makes that happen.
Gender
Yes.
neutral. Gender neutral. Change the wording, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. That I read the top. Yes. Motion to make Platinum Scotch Doubles gender neutral.
Moving forward.
That's changing it from what we had said.
You
Is that
don't
okay?
even need to add the moving forward.
Yeah, I don't think you have to do the moving forward because we're just changing it.
Okay.
I don't want Sam to yell at us. Ryan Huntoon. All right, I'm just going to go through and then I'll call the people that don't answer right away again, just in case. Arlen.
In favor.
Bill Henderson.
Yes.
Johnny Landis.
Oh.
Johnny Landis. Vic Albertson.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Raquel Munoz.
Yes.
Suzanne Mackey.
Yes.
John Evans. John Evans.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Michelle Jensen.
Yes.
Zach Zager.
Yes.
Robin Adams.
Yes.
Nikki Bisconner.
I vote yes, and Chad's listening, and Chad is choosing not to vote because he feels like it's getting rid of more women opportunity.
So he's voting no, or
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Brittany DeWalt.
Yes.
I vote yes. Tim Fraser.
Yes.
Jackson McDonald.
Yes.
Cindy Medina. Cindy Medina. Melissa Olson.
Yes.
Uni Slate.
Yes.
B. Evans. B. Evans. Shelley Huntoon.
I say yes. She's gonna call you next. Okay, okay.
Becky Potter.
Becky, she called you. Did you hear? Yeah.
Becky Potter.
This is Becky.
And what are you voting, Becky?
I'm voting yes.
Thank you. Gracie Seibert. Ray Seibert.
Great. Say yes or no. Hold on. He's on my.
I vote yes.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Julie.
Kamatha.
Yes.
Deepak.
Deepak's in chat. He says, I gotta go to another meeting, but I vote no.
Tyler Spires.
Yes.
Elaine Eberly.
Yes.
Dave Chavez. Dave Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you. Pat Mitchell,
Yes.
Mike Rick,
Yes.
Matt Andrews, Matt Andrews, Lawrence Frampton.
I say yes.
Thank you. Nancy Measor,
Nancy had to leave.
okay, thank you. Richard
She might
Phillips,
be back on in a few minutes.
Her back is bothering her big time.
I
Richard
vote
Phillips.
yes.
Thank you, Richard. Ed Slade,
Yes.
yes, shocker. Mika Cully,
Yes.
Jesse Johnson,
Jesse says yes, he's indisposed.
Sue Ledger,
Yes.
Stephanie Shirtliff,
Yes.
Jeff Beers,
Yes.
Stephanie Crystal,
Yes.
Tammy Conabear,
Yes.
Alex Vogel,
Yes.
Angela Busenbark,
Yes.
Robert Gehring,
Yes.
Sam Rubito.
Yes.
Did anybody not get called?
Yeah, not
Julie?
me.
Sorry.
Who's me? Rhonda Clark. Oh, you're
Rhonda
new.
Clark.
Rhonda's new. Okay, Rhonda, what? Let me find you real quick. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm also going to tell you what Mike's vote is because he had to run
Mike,
to the restroom. Hoover.
okay, Rhonda, what is your vote?
Yes.
And am I allowed to let Rhonda tell me Mike Hoover's vote? I mean, I think this is pretty.
Hold
What's
on.
Mike's vote?
Mike.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you,
He
Mike.
There you
Just to be.
go. See?
Julie,
And
Ryan
just-
Huntoon is abstaining in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
And I just let B back in, so I don't know if.
Oh, I didn't get B's vote. B, are you here?
In chat, she said abstained.
Yeah, I'm here. Abstain.
Thank you. Cindy Medina. Johnny Landis. And Matt Andrews. I didn't get a vote from any of them. I don't know if they're on now. And did anybody else not get called that is here?
Chris Nordling.
Oh, hi, Chris. What's your vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Okay, I will, I mean, obviously it passed. I can, if you want to continue, I can give you the numbers once I count them. Tammy.
Oh, sorry, I was having to change earpieces because the other
Oh.
one died. So, anyways, and having to bring it up. Okay, so we'll go ahead and wait for her to do that, and move on to the last one on the unfinished business for discussion is,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
bringing back discussion to bring back the women's team division for Ed. Ed, you want to go ahead and discuss this?
Yeah, I think the only way this works is if you restrict women to play only on women's teams. And I don't really see that happening because the numbers would be too low if you didn't do that. But I just want to know, I just want the women to know that I'm on the tournament committee and I'm thinking about you. And I really appreciate the support that we got on the last vote of all the women. But I do think there's a place for women's teams, and let's start the discussion.
Hello.
Sam, go ahead.
Yes, Ed, I think it's a wonderful idea. If we're going to go gender neutral, why not offer them the opportunity to build teams? Maybe we'll get you know, some of the larger players in the area back. Vanessa said that she's going to sleep a lot better knowing that you are thinking about women throughout the entire Northwest. She's just here on lunch. She's not voting. She's not joining the meeting. She's getting out of here.
Don't tell my wife
what was
that.
the other thing you said that was a great idea?
I just think it's a great idea to offer teams.
Oh, the minimum.
Minimums, yeah.
Years ago, we set in motion that there has to be a minimum of 8 teams. I think with the proper push on this for 9-ball, the tournament committee or whoever can figure out what the teams are, and then we'll figure it out for 8-ball. But get the word out, and I'm sure we will have teams. Yay! I support this. I'm done.
Elaine.
Yeah, Kamitha, are you able to tell us the last time we had strictly women's teams and how many teams there were and what event that was?
I can tell you that. I was just looking it up myself. In 2018 was the last time that we had the women's. So, and that was for 8-ball. We had women's platinum teams, which was a 1,700 cap, and we had 11 entries, 4-person team. Women's gold teams was at a 1950 cap. That's
We
wrong.
had
That should be
women's
the
open
opposite.
team.
Anyways,
Yeah, we had
prior.
Am I not muted? Oh, no, the last time we had women's open team was 2017, and we had 42 teams in 2017. So we had women's open team from 07 through 17.
That was when we had the open, but then we went to Fargo and we did it one more time, I believe.
Yeah, and so that was 2018 was the last time that we had the women's teams. There was platinum and gold, total of 61 total teams.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then
15
for 9-ball in 2018, it went to mixed, so we didn't have women's teams after that.
Women's team's cool right there.
So Tammy, I'm confused. You're saying in 2017 there were 61 women's teams, but they were only platinum and gold
No.
team?
2018
2018, what did we have?
There was 11 platinum, 50 gold, and it was 4-player teams.
So there were no silver bronze teams?
No, this was the first we used the Fargo rate.
Oh.
So then
okay.
Kamitha was talking about 2017 was when we had the women's open teams. That was back when we had the master, grandmaster.
Open A, open B, it was 2017.
Yep.
Okay. So for the lower level women players, they played on mixed teams. Is that what I'm gathering? Since it was only platinum and gold, strictly women's teams in 2018?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Kamitha, go ahead and.
Oh, my turn. Being a woman that played in women's open team for all those years, I know I am curious about if there's going to be a cap in Fargo, or if it's going to be completely open, or if there's going to be 2 divisions, like 2 divisions. I'd love to see the cap, but I know that for women's open team that the Fargo, I say Fargo spread, but the spread and skill level was pretty large. So being someone on the really low spectrum, it was just kind of go with, it's about the experience and go in and you get beat up every year. And it was pretty stagnant. I think my women's team, which even now we play with, well, I have 4 women and 1 guy and I rotate every now. we will probably still play in the mixed team. So Ed, I don't want you to take it, say, oh, just because you're all girls, you don't get to play with the mixed team. So I don't want you to take us away from the mixed. In support of all the other women, if we truly think that there are some women out there that want to bring back the women's team, I think we should support it for them. We might actually play women's open team 1 year and then go back to the mixed, as long as you don't kick us out, Ed. That's all I want to say.
Not kicking anybody out. I just feel that it will be tough to have a division or two of women and get eight teams in both divisions. And the problem with 8, as you know, Kamitha, is the payouts are nothing. I mean, yeah, you get to come and play, but what are you actually playing for?
I mean, if it was 8, oh yeah, I've moneyed in teams before, and it's like, oh joy, I get to go get a beer. Just kidding, but I mean, yeah, but it's all in a matter of numbers. So
yeah, for sure. No, I would never. That was just my opening comment. I would never say that the women have to play in a women's team event.
So I can tell you from a payout perspective, though, that adds a slight challenge because, again, when you go up in team skill level, it's stratified in how much money per player is added. So we would have to identify where the women's team would fit into that. Are they equal to bronze portion? Would we make it equal to what do we have now? Bronze, silver, whatever our teams are. It's like, where would the women fit in? If the women's entrants had anywhere from a 240 to a 600, what type of stratification, where would they fit when it comes to getting their portion of the payout pot? So that will pose a challenge. Not one that we haven't done before, but I'm just saying.
Seems like we could just equal the Fargo, wherever they're at in the bronze, silver, gold Fargo level, but equate to that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the competition committee will come up with fair caps, and I think that will help you figure out what the calculations will be.
You're absolutely correct. Like we have done it before, and that's exactly the line that I was thinking.
And Nancy.
Well, I just want to say that I'm an advocate for all women's events, but I personally believe that we need a women's singles event over women's teams. Now, I may be way out, but at least that's what I believe. I believe that's how you're going to get the better women shooters back, because they want to compete against other women in a singles event. I'm done.
How many came to the Queen of the Hill? Do you guys have those numbers? Because I think that kind of really spins off of what Nancy's saying about wanting a women's event. Is the Queen of the Hill always full? But yeah, Ed.
Usually it has been in the past. I didn't go back. I thought that we filled it with the 32 players, but I'll double check.
I'm sure it was full.
And the year before, when 9-ball, I think that it might have had a few not full, like there might have been a few openings, but I think it was because we did 2. We did Queen of the Hill was only, I think, a single elimination instead of double, which that played a part. And then we also played a fair match to see which one people would want to go in, but it really wasn't either or, because the fair match I think might have been a double elimination and Queen of the Hill was a single or something. So it didn't really help us figure out what girls would rather play. I'm glad that you're bringing that up, Nancy. While you're looking, Tammy, Lawrence is up next.
Oh, that's to me. Good point, Nancy. I think it's a great idea and give people the option. I would also like to say I wouldn't want it to be limited to women can only play in women's team events, and the way we can make it work, if the caps are kept similar to the mixed event teams, they don't have enough, then you could just roll them into that. Or they have the option to back out because you won't know until the final cutoff date, right? So if we don't get 8 teams, then those 7 or 6 teams or however many there were of just the women would be rolled into the open or mixed teams. Does that make sense? Because like Tammy right now runs a women's team anyway, and it's pretty cool that she does that. So yeah, that's all I got.
Bill's got his hand up.
Just curious, are we going to have 3-person teams for 9-ball and 4-person teams for 8-ball?
Yes.
Anybody else have their hands up? So one question I had, is this going to be one division or are we going to try to have 2 or 3 divisions of women divisions? Because there's probably a little bit of Fargo differences.
I think we have to look at that from a competition committee standpoint and you know, we're gonna have to guess at how many participants there are gonna be and see where all that plays out. I would say minimum 2, maybe 3.
Nikki, 28 players for Queen of the Hill.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Julie, you're up.
Was the Queen of the Hill fair matched or was that just
No.
straight? So, I know we
Straight.
fair matched it one time, right? Or it seems like it, but anyway.
I fair matched it once or twice.
Yeah. My concern is, yes, one, I don't think you're proposing this, that women can't play in the men's or the open divisions. And we would almost have to have a couple divisions because you're going to have a pretty wide range of Fargo abilities in there. And then my concern is that, you know, do women want an event when there's 6 teams in it or 8 teams in it? I think that's something we need to think of because there's a lot of women like, I want to play in the opens. So I won't go back on just, now I've had straight women's teams, all women on my team playing in the open, but I think there's a lot of women that the bell is, you can't unring the bell. So they want to stay there. I'm worried about how many teams we would actually get. That's it.
And Tammy Conover.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate because I was asked this by a couple of my players in the last couple of weeks. If we're going to do a ladies division, why don't we do a men's only division? Because they're like, you know, we've got all of these women's only tournaments that are happening around the area. What happened to the men's only tournaments? Are we being discriminatory? So I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Thank you. Elaine.
Yeah, in terms of times playing time, if there were, let's say, only 8
Usually
teams
4,
in each
so 30 minutes.
division, is it possible to do a round robin for them, or would that equal a normal, you know, event schedule, or would it not be good to do a round robin if it, let's say, we're 8 teams or less?
It's a good question to bring up. Ed, do you have a thought about that?
Yeah. Round robins are they're kind of frowned upon just because they can be manipulated, and you know, once a team is out of it, they tend to play like they're out of it. I like the idea of having the cap be Lawrence's idea, having to be close to or the same as the bronze or gold or silver divisions, and then if they didn't get 8 teams, then they could just have the choice of moving into the other division. I'd prefer that rather than round robin. Plus round robins, you can't put in Fargo.
Thank you. And Chris.
So are the women asking for a division to come back? Is that something we're being asked to do? Have we talked to the players, and this is what our top 5 things are, is to bring back a women's division? There are ways that the tournament can improve. It seems to me that the females that I talk to are kind of in Julie's corner and just want to play and don't really care about the same team winning over and over and over and over and over again, as we saw for years, and we kind of made a change and went with Fargo. So, Ed, are the players asking you to bring back this event? I'm with you, we need the participation, but we have other clogs in our system to fix first. Adding another situation that may not exactly be helpful.
Yes, I've been asked.
You never miss a shot, you never scratch.
Okay, so by a lot of people, by like one person, I mean, how many people are we serving by bringing back a women's division? Because from what I'm hearing, I'm split. I hear my wife say one thing, I hear Julie say another thing, I hear another person I played against say another thing. So, I mean, just is it a big thing we don't have this any longer?
No, I've been asked by several people. Women.
Okay.
And Elaine has her hand up again. Elaine, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to follow up to what Ed had said, could not, if we were to handle a round robin, number one, I get the dumping, but it would be pretty obvious, I think, that someone started to dump at the end. And number two, could we not, instead of teams, just enter those matches as singles into Fargo? Each individual player's match, I mean.
I suppose, but it would go in as 1-0.
But again, Fargo will not take scores from round robin.
I'm kind of lost there, Jackson. If I play you on a team event, it's either you win or I win. Isn't that just like a singles match?
Yes, but do you want to win or do you not care?
What?
That's Fargo's question. Do you want to win or do you not care? Why did you lose? Or why did the other person lose?
Well,
it creates a moral hazard in the later matches, because if a team is not even in the running, but they have a choice as to what team they want to win.
Yeah, I get that
creates
part.
a moral hazard.
Yeah, I get that part, Suzanne. I was just curious on the one-on-one matching. That could be entered if we wanted it to. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
It could, but Fargo doesn't want to encourage sandbagging.
And Arlen?
Just to throw on to Ed, I agree 100%. It's been asked of me as a league operator, why don't we have women's only events? Especially team. I think it would benefit the association to bring them back and showcase these top women in teams, how well they play together. Look, these gals are great. Look how good they play. That's another showcasing event at that point. Instead of just getting lost in the shuffle and peppered into the men's opens, a couple of women here and there on these teams that do really well. I think it'd be better to showcase the women and how well they can play and how well they do in the event. So I'm all for bringing women's back as far as their own event. And I think it's a great idea that you came up with, Ed. That's it.
And Stephanie.
So my question, so to bring in the women's, are we going to have to drop another event division, or are we going to try and get that in too? Because it sounds like our time is not enough for more events.
Good question. And that would be better answered by tournament directors, bad boys. I'm sure that if we had another event, they would get it in somewhere, somehow.
It's a people shuffle though at that point too, right? It's no different than 32 women, 8 teams playing the same 32 women playing in the mixed division. It's the same amount of people, right?
Correct.
Suzanne's saying no, so I was just trying to figure out why. It's not the same amount of people. Muted.
Tried to unmute. You have women that are specifically not playing right now because we don't have a women's division. So it would increase the number of teams, but the way it might affect it would be that maybe bad boys would not be able to do the minis that they had planned. One of the biggest hurdles that some people said is they only played one match on a Thursday night. They had to be there at Thursday night, and then they didn't play until Friday, and they were out. And then the second chance wasn't going to start until Sunday. So the complication there is, do we fit it in and make that a priority over the minis? I think we could fit it in if we made it a priority over the minis.
The minis have nothing to do with anything. They don't run minis until we have open tables.
The minis are planned just like anything else.
They are not.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions about that? Could we, and I don't know how to.
Suzanne's got her hand up.
Who does?
Suzanne, Sue just answered my question, so.
Oh, Sue, do you still have more, your statement that you were gonna say? Sorry.
No.
Okay. Can we offset our start times a little bit? Like it used to be our open events would start on Wednesday and the master events would start on Thursday. And then it would stay when the singles started, when the open started slowing down, the tables, we would bump up, the elites would come in, or the, whatever, they were masters at that point. They would come in and fill the tables back up. Is it possible for us to go back to that? And would we need to go back to something like that if we did add more tournaments, that we might have to offset the start times of the events more like we did back then?
Yeah, I don't really think that's the discussion that we're in. But yeah, I'm sure that's another bad boys question. But I mean, if you have 8 teams in the women's division, those 8 teams came from somewhere in another division. So there's going to be times and tables for the divisions to play in.
Thank you, Ed. Brittany.
I just have a curiosity question. Would it hurt to let women sign up for it? And then, I don't remember who said it earlier, but if there weren't enough, people that signed up to put them in the regular, I think that, like, I personally wouldn't want to play in a women's only, but I have gotten a lot of feedback from people that would. And would it hurt just to have that option? Because then they could sign up if they wanted to. You could get some statistics on if, more women would come to the tournament, that haven't been able to play in a women's only. But I think it might be worth, if it doesn't hurt anything, to at least have that option.
More options are better, right? Right, Brittany? Yeah, no, it wouldn't hurt a bit.
And Chris.
Okay, can you hear me? I switched devices. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You know, two things we cannot change are time and space. We can't create more space, we can't create more time. So adding an event, which one of the biggest points of discussion, we'll call it, that I personally heard about throughout the event last time was games being taken away from already existing races. So if we're adding an event to a place we cannot add time or space to without adding an extra day, I understand the women are going to come from someplace. Odds are strong that if you take those female players and put them on a different team, that the teams they were on that were mixed are going to replace them with someone else. So we're going to add people. Do we have the time and space to grow the event? Again, I'm all for it. This is nothing, you know, I want to see as much pool play as possible. We can't add more time without adding days, and we cannot make the event room bigger and add more tables. So those are two constraints that we cannot change. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, again, we got a lot of questions for bad boys on this. I feel, like I said, that if we're getting women's teams, we're probably going to add a few players, but most of those players are already coming, and they're just coming out of a different division.
I know,
So I don't.
But they're going to replace those players. If I have a female, and I know we did this before. I was there when we did it before. It ran great. It was the same, you know. But those players, if I have a female on my team and she says, "Hey, I'm going to go play with my friends now, my other female friends," I'm going to replace that player with somebody else. So I'm not going to not have a team. We're now going to add X number of teams to the event. And like I said, the biggest point that I heard was we're losing games due to time. And those last couple days, the referees were very active and very much preventing, you know, an 8 ball is a very strategic time delayed game. They're making sure that that finished on time. So my main concern is nobody wants to go down for a race to 6 in teams or a race to 3 and 8 ball for singles. So we have to be mindful of that.
Well, yeah. If I agree. And I think that most of the games that were lost or taken or added were because people were standing there looking at the balls.
Actually, that is not true. I had
no, that is true, Chris.
No, I understand, but I also know people that
stand and look at the balls.
No, I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is I also had teams and matches and singles that were playing on time, and the referees came up without any provocation or warning and docked a game without any prior anything to it. So that was a huge point of contention to a lot of people. I don't want to get sidetracked what we're talking about here. I just want to make sure we have the room for it. I'm all for it if we have the room, space, and time. I know it worked before. I'm sure we're able to figure it out again, but I don't want to promise something that we can't deliver on. That's all. I'm just, you know.
I think that's a really good thing that you're bringing up because we don't want to cause more weight on an already kind of stressful situation. Could it be done, Ed, where we only are doing it for 9 ball because we have more time and more availability in 9 ball and hold off on 8 ball for a little bit? Or is this kind of one or the other? We're doing girls teams or nothing?
Yeah, nothing's set in stone, Nikki. It can be done for 9 ball, just to see what happened.
Okay. And Nancy.
Hey, shush.
Hold on, you muted yourself after you said shush. Can you unmute?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I believe that most women, or maybe not most, but a lot of women like to play 8 ball. Most of them are 8 ball shooters. And so 8 ball is kind of important there, but another thing that we want to get back on this time thing, we need to do something because we had a lot of issues last time. And I hate to say it, but fun day, you know, maybe we should incorporate that into the tournament and actually use that as a tournament day. But that's just an option, I guess. Anyway, that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Nancy. Does Camitha?
Yeah, I was livid at the games being cut short. my team has said, you know what, I think we want to submit a refund for 1/8 or whatever of a race because we did not get the product we paid for. And I said, okay, well, I get that, but we're not going to do that. But I know is at the lower divisions, the higher divisions, all across the tournament. I think that's a larger issue, which is a huge challenge that has been across 5 different presidents all these years that I don't know that we've had a solution. Ed, you talked about, it doesn't matter. I don't want to get into this. I think the bad boys really hold the key here because they're the ones that can answer where you can put these divisions, different teams in the big spectrum of an event. With the singles being shortened with the less entries, maybe those days can be shortened and added another team day or maybe start in the morning. But I think bad boys really is one that holds the key to the answers. I don't know if that contributed anything, but I just want to make that comment.
He has a red one, she has a yellow one.
Thanks, Countha. So do we want to continue on discussion or there is no action on it? Or is there supposed to be action? We're not voting on anything for this, are we?
Right, no, I don't think so. I think we need to get back with Bad Boys, get the tournament committee and the competition committee involved, see what kind of possible caps we could come up with. I believe it's probably a year down the road type thing. But I just want everybody to start thinking about it. I don't want to alienate any women, and I feel like we just had more women than we've had in a long time that have come to the event, and I think that it's time that we start thinking about that again.
Okay, so is there any more questions or any more? Can we move on then? And Julie, do you have the vote for the platinum gender?
Sorry, I had to find myself to unmute myself on there. Excuse me. The move to make platinum Scotch doubles gender neutral. Approved was 43, opposed was 2, and abstained was 2. So it passed.
Nice. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ed.
What was the approved number again? So you said 2 no, 2 abstain. And
2 no, 2 abstained, 43 approved.
43 approved. Okay. Thank you. Just 'cause I was writing my notes. Okay, so we're done with all of the unfinished business. Any objections on that? Oh, Tammy, go ahead.
Oh, no, I had no questions on that. I was going to ask you for that application, that fillable application for the officer or whoever's running. Were you going to utilize that and put it on the website so we all had the same form or before the next meeting?
If I would turn my mute off. Yes, I'll get that over. We'll figure that out and get that up on the website and use that. That'll be it'll be easier to read. Anything else? Can we move on to new business? Okay, so new business. Who is running for the open spots? I think Chris Nordling. Jackson, go ahead.
I am rerunning for board of directors spot.
I am running for secretary. That's Julie.
I am running for treasurer. Sue?
This is Tammy Conber. I will probably run for the board again.
And I wasn't there the first part of the meeting. This is Chris. Am I running for something?
We nominated you to run for the board, Chris, I think. No, I'm
Okay.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Up to you.
I think so. I was like at a baseball game in Pittsburgh talking to Lawrence, like, hey, what's going on? So yes, I will run for the board, please.
No, we were just gonna nominate you from the floor, Chris.
That's funny, Tammy. That's funny. And I know we don't want to circle back. I'm sorry I missed that. And I hope there wasn't any confusion, and I hope nobody thought that was pointed at them. I honestly just wanted to save time at those meetings. And I know we can't revisit it for a while, but in the future, I guess we can see how this pans out. And it's just about not being there for 7 hours and spinning our wheels, and that's all. So anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Ed Slade, are you rerunning?
And Bill, is he rerunning too?
I will be running for the board again.
Just also.
And Ed.
You like it. Oh. Sorry, Tammy.
Ed. I think you started to say something.
Yes.
Are you
rerunning for the board?
Yes, I am rerunning for the board position.
Okay.
What I
And
was
Tammy
gonna
will be
say
saying?
is, on this form that Tammy's putting out, there's also a spot on it that if you would like to be on a committee or chair of a committee, that is also what this form is used for, so she can look at those.
Oh, email it to me, please. Pretty please.
I will get it sent all out to the board before I post it on the website.
So that's going to just be posted on the website for anybody declaring that they're running, if they can fill that out, sort of a.
Yeah, like a Form Smart thing to
And when will that
fill
be
it out.
It's available right now. It's available right now. It's also for anybody that's interested in a committee position.
So it's on the website right now?
No, it's available right now. It just hasn't been published onto the website yet.
Okay, if it's available, how do I get one?
Well, I'm gonna send one to all of you guys to look at first.
Okay.
And then before I post it on the website.
Elaine?
Yeah, Elaine, go ahead.
Yeah, so all the 14 days ahead of time documents will be on the website also for anyone who's interested in running for any position. Can we make sure that's out there?
Yes, we can put a list of what positions are up for elections.
Yeah, not only that, but what the people write about themselves too. You know how people their experience and all that.
Yeah. But instead of everybody doing like a job resume or whatnot, it just kind of simplifies it a little bit easier and makes it uniform for you to go through and look at all the candidates at the same, a little bit quicker, I think.
Oh, so the form, okay, now I think maybe I'm getting what you guys are talking about. It's not in addition to whatever they want to write about themselves. It is the form that anyone who wants to run is going to fill out, and that is what will be posted on the website.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Something simpler, simplified, and easier for everybody to look at and read.
Yeah, okay, cool.
It's not
I
going to
misunderstood.
It's not going to prevent Julie from sending out additional information that somebody sends in.
Oh, okay, cool.
Before the meeting. It's just
Yeah.
going to be something that's standard that is available, same questions being asked on the website.
Okay, so members, I will direct our members to our website. And that'll be out there when approximately? As soon as they all come in, or are you gonna batch them together?
No, I'll be working on it. Like I said, I'll get it over to the board. Make sure if there's, if there's any other questions or anything that we want to add to it before we get it posted on the website. And then, as they come in, they can be added to the website.
Okay,
For
that's
sure.
what I was asking. Okay, very cool.
Mhm.
So I'll just post on our page consistently, check the website.
Coming
Thank you.
soon, coming soon.
Coming soon to a page near you. Thank you.
Bill, go ahead.
Julie, what is the date that you're required to have the resumes in by?
Days.
If you want them to go out with the annual meeting notice.
Yes.
They
Yes.
have to go 2 weeks before the annual meeting notice goes out, 2 weeks before the annual meeting. So it would be 27.
It would be on a Saturday though, right?
Well, I would need them by Saturday. The notice goes out on the 20th, Sunday, April 20th. But I would need all of anything anybody wants put in, I would say by the 18th, April 18th, Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good Friday.
So would it be fair to ask that you get this published to the website so that our players are able to get to it with like in 7 days?
Should be sooner than that. I mean, we only have 2 weeks before the
Yes.
meeting notice goes out, so.
That's why I'm asking.
Correct. So I am hoping to have this out very soon. And we'll get it up there on the website for everybody to look at. And I think does anybody else have anything? And again, so the annual meeting is May 4th, 2025 in person. The location will be at Toppenish, Washington, Legends Casino. I will get the information for that to post as well. There, like I said, there also is a code to give for a room discount for the block of rooms that is saved as well. And then I think that's about it. And if there's nothing else, I think we actually got through everything on here. Surprising.
That's awesome.
Oh my goodness, there's
Thanks
an
for
hour
having us at
left.
the meeting. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's daylight out.
Yeah. Wasn't 6 hours long. Yeah. No. Yeah. If there's nothing else pressing for anybody, I don't know if we need an executive meeting, executive session.
Well,
Yeah.
we just had one Friday.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if we even, yeah.
Tammy, do you have that form available? Maybe we should have a quick executive session to review the form.
Oh, we could do
and
that.
and then get it
I
up on
could
the
bring
website
it
right
up.
away.
Okay. Let me find it here.
Bye, everyone.
All right.
Bye, Lane.
Thank you,
Thanks
everyone.
for being here, everybody. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you,
Goodbye,
guys.
goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
I feel like these meetings are getting so much happier.
Did Lawrence sleep? Oh, there's Lawrence. Are you guys breaking off to do some fancy dancy meeting, or can I ask Lawrence a question?
Ask away. I'm right here until everybody leaves.
So you're the last to leave. And so Tammy's still here. I was going to send an email Lawrence, I saw some of the stuff you put on Facebook about changing the team names, not team names, the names of some divisions, and you made a comment that you were trying to get this changed for years. I've had this discussion before, and long story short, I wrote not really a project plan, but I went through and identified all the tasks that we would need to do to change the names. I fully support it, and I contemplated reaching out to Tammy and saying, how do I don't want to form another committee, but I think this is an administrative function because we never voted in bronze, silver, platinum, or guppy, yuppie, shark. We never voted that in. So to me, that's an administrative of who cares what's named, but it has turned into a huge perception. And just like you mentioned on Facebook, it's really misleading to use the same names for teams as you do for singles.
Yes.
So I wrote a whole bunch. I went through, it's a task list. It's not a project plan, long story short, but it's like everything that needs touched to disseminate this information. I would love to either PM that and get a group and pass the task to people. I don't think it needs a committee. But to me, it falls under an administration thing. And I wouldn't mind helping to coordinate that as long as we have everyone, if the whole board wanted to be on, part of this group, I'd like to be a project manager or something like that on that. I just didn't know, do I send email to board of directors? Do I send it to Tammy? Should I have not said anything? But because it goes clear down to payouts, what to put on the folder or the posters. So I would love to help you advocate for getting this change and disseminate all the information to the proper places. What's my route? Is
Send
it
to the board? Send it to the board and to Tammy, and Suzanne too. Send it to VP and all those guys. So we all have it, and we talk all the time anyway. So you might as well just send it to all of us, and it's all shared between us. You know what I mean?
What's it regulated under? Would we regulate it under? Because then there's competition committee. I mean, I can send an email to board of directors, Tammy. My first gut was to send it to Lawrence, I think it's you. So I went out, it's like the BOD, blah, blah, blah. So it's in the board of the chair, vice president, president.
The little known fact on that, the BOD email address goes to all the board of directors. It's just listed on the website as my email address, but it goes to everybody. Because we want them to all see it. And that email address wasn't necessarily published before. So it looks like it's mine, but it's not mine. It's everybody's. They all get it.
Wasting my time?
No, send it. I'm saying send the email. You can send it to me right now if you want. And
I even like the idea of going back to grandmasters, masters, etc. for singles. And keeping the platinum and scotch and whatever.
Well, so you have myself and Arlen here, and we had quite the discussion as I'm writing up this task list. I'm like, we need to talk to accounting. We need to talk to this person. You need to disseminate the information. And I really think we have to disassociate the color names. We have to disassociate them with one event, either teams and doubles or singles. And I think singles really, we have to disassociate that. I think so too. So, and one comment in case you guys go off and do this, if we had one of the singles divisions called, let's do A through F. I do believe we would need to talk to Bad Boys and say, okay, if you have a large when you split your division, if it is so large that you have to take silver 1 and make it a bracket A and B to move to a final bracket, I don't want the A's and B's to conflict. So it's worth just talking with them, even if they say you guys are being stupid, just change it to whatever you want. At least we get that confirmation.
We used to do double A and single A, double B, single B in some of our tournaments. Yeah. I mean, from a different league, but
that's just what Arlen said. I'm like, well, no, I don't like that. Because I don't want to be in the double D division. I mean, come on. Well, I might already be there, but
Can I play at the double D division?
Not in the women's bracket.
Not all of them.
Ew.
So what? Oh,
there it is. It's simple.
I don't want it to be a committee because that just takes too much. I mean, to me, it's administrative. We already have committees. I mean, if you want that. Oh wait, is that a message to me?
This is what's going to go up on the website.
Oh,
yeah.
any position.
Kenneth, I think it's a great idea and for sure, just send me an email and we'll go through it. And it definitely doesn't need to be a committee. It's just a decision that's got to be made. And so everybody
Okay.
understands it.
I'll send my little task list to the board one night. Why I chose that to do it when I was bored. I'll send that. And then I think the people that said, I'd love to see a little chart of numbers, I think are represented in those emails. So I'll send my email about that. I'll send it all to board of directors, email, president and vice president. That should cover
Just
everyone.
I would ask one thing, do your homework rather than leaving things up for question when you're presenting it. Do you know what I mean?
Homework on.
Meaning whatever your reasoning is, switching it, make sure that that is relevant and that it's laid out.
Well, you want me to tell you why? Instead of just saying do it? I was trying to get out of thinking. We all know why, but yeah, no, you know what, I agree with you. Absolutely.
Stop people from asking questions, answer them ahead of time.
Yep.
Eliminate the questions. Thank you.
Totally agree. Okay.
Thanks, lady. Appreciate it.
All right, can I go now?
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. I'll see you later.
Bye. Yeah, so this is the application for,
Hang on.
well,
Do we have only
No.
leadership
We got some
here?
people that gotta leave. So
I'll just start removing people.
bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hang on, give me just a minute. Oh, almost removed Suzanne because they jumped up one.
That would have been okay.
We're almost there.
I don't know. Are we recording this executive session as well?
Might as well. It's not going to be long.
Okay, so the only one we lost was
Dave.
Dave
Is
and
Dave still
Bill.
here?
Dave and
Yeah.
Bill.
Okay, yeah, and Dave was driving, it looked like it now, so, okay, so this is just like a form application for office or committee assignment, so just
It's a
kind of to
fillable
simplify
form.
it.
Yeah, it's a fillable form.
Just kind of the basics. If you think there's something else, I think, yeah, if you think that there's something else that you think should be added to that,
When talking to people, they wanted to know kind of whether or not people were getting qualified each year and whether or not they were current. So that was why the questions of qualified 8 weeks, current, yes or no. Previous year, yes or no.
You have to be to
be eligible
for a board or position.
But it's not being asked. And so there are people that can slip through the cracks.
Gotcha.
I mean, you actually do not have to be a player's rep to run for the board, according to our bylaws.
You could be one of those 7-week people.
You could be a member
I'm
and you could
kidding.
be a 6-weeker or a whatever. You could be a sanctioned individual, but you're not currently qualified.
Right.
And that's what people want to know. So
Yeah,
sanctioning
So
league,
anyways,
league operator.
Member in good standing, right? Is what it says
correct.
right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why the question was specific.
So Suzanne, are you saying that you don't have to be part of the membership to run for the board or an office?
You have to be part of the membership, but you don't have to be qualified. No, you don't have to be a qualified tournament person who's qualified to play in a tournament. You could have played in league twice and still run for the board, according to the bylaws.
The current bylaw.